welcome everybody. We've got a great group here. All right, the applause signs up there for y'all to applaud there. We're very privileged to have you on YouTube watching us here at the American Space Museum's 4th annual event, a big fundraiser for us here. We're so grateful to the Hyatt Place Hotel led by Dana Lavoisier and her staff. And it is sold out, but if you hop on a plane, Dave Stange, and come down here, we'll pick you up at the airport. He's one of our #1 fans out there, and not here because he's got a new grandbaby. But we hope that you all have a great time here personally, but for you out there on YouTube, we're going to broadcast you the series of talks, all except Sunday morning. We'll do... we have some special play and it's copyrighted, so you won't see that, but join us Sunday about, probably around 11 o'clock. Today we're going to have a wonderful talk with about the Hubble processing at the Kennedy Space Center. This is the 35th anniversary of the Hubble telescope, I believe launched April 11th, 1990, and this is April 20th. April 12th, right? So what happened on this date in his space history? In STS-1, the bravest launch by human beings on anything probably, besides World War and overwrite, when John Young, who's passed away, and the great Bob Crippen, and hi Bob if you're watching, they took that, and Nick, I just pausing, Nick, just the dimensions of that for the first time to test that vehicle, because on our show we've had people talk about it. They didn't know if one SRB would ignite half a second before the other one and flip it over, and so many unknowns there. But yes, we're celebrating the 35th anniversary of the Hubble telescope, and we hope other institutions are around here. Also, of note is 55 years ago this very moment, we had 3 astronauts on their way to the moon on Apollo 13, all right? And there is Apollo 13 in real time on a channel on the internet world, that they have Apollo 11, 13, and 17, and I have it on in my background noise, and when that tragedy happens, you can relive it and all that stuff, so quite a thing. And Marty Winkle back there, my co-producer for our shuttle, Stay Curious, was a electrical engineer on, let's see, LM number 7, okay, LM 7 on there. And so that's the kind of people we have at our museum, real space workers and people we bring in. So, well, I'm going to have the introductions to be left. Okay. No, we don't care about Vostok 1. This is the American Space Shuttle we're talking about, okay? And why the hell there's a Yuri's night, I don't know, okay? A lot of things have been woked up, and that's something that we're going to woke up. But we like Yuri, and we understand what that is about leaving humanity. But he did 7/8 of an orbit, okay? Didn't land in his own spacecraft. And was kind of a problem child on the outside there. So but if they would put a shuttle behind Yuri's head, I'd be satisfied. But absolutely not. This is why we celebrate the shuttle. And if the gods bless us, ShuttleFest 10 will fall on the 50th anniversary of STS-1. So just imagine that. Your help of that will make that happen. And then I'm sure we'll get a couple astronauts want to show up. So, all right, that's enough for me. But as the director of the American Space Museum, I can't tell you how much we need an event like this, how much we care about everybody here. We know that there was a thing called Spacefest out in Tucson that the wonderful Poor family, Kim Poor and his wife Sally, did for a decade or more. At their place, Nova Space. I bought stuff from Nova Space. And yes, there's a void that we're filling there. And Chris Callies is my co-chair on this event. He keeps saying things about Space Fest to layer it. So how many were at Space Fest that are here today? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So are you Hope that this supplies your need to not just learn new things from the experts, but to see each other in the fellowship. That's what we're all about. I want to give a shout out to Connie McDaniel. She's out there manning our registration table, and so many other helpers, like big helpers from like Bill that you see on our channel here. So with that, I'm going to pass it on to Nick Thomas, who, like I said, has spent his life career at Kennedy Space Center. He was born in Daytona Beach. I like hearing stories about his dad taking him out to watch the Apollo launches. And he's also the youngest of 6 children, I found out. Oh, my God, 8 children. So, that's just interesting to me. What did you eat with all the 7 others and the youngest? It is. It is. Well, brothers, introduce you to my good friend, Mr. Nick Thomas.
That's going to conclude our ceremonies for today. We thank you all for coming. How about that reception last night? Wasn't that great? That's outstanding. There was no lack for conversation, and we have had an after-action report, and we are going to upgrade the air conditioning system for next year. This today is all about the Hubble Space Telescope, one of the most remarkable programs that I've had the privilege to live through in my lifetime. And today, for our first panel, we have 3 very special people who are involved with the Hubble program, and we want to bring them up one at a time. I'm going to start with Mikey Haddad. Mikey is a NASA flight and ground systems engineer, and he was heavily involved with key payloads during the shuttle era, including the Hubble Space Telescope and the McClellan probe. He retired after 32 years of service with NASA, and he has his own management firm and is a co-author of Space Lab Payloads, Prepping Experiments and Hardware for Space. Please welcome Mikey Haddad. Thank you. You bet. We also have with us 2 gentlemen who are intimately familiar with the Hubble Space Telescope, who've had the privilege of flying on upgrade and repair missions to the Hubble. Joe Tanner was designated as a naval aviator in 1975, and he served on board the USS Coral Sea. He's flown on 4 shuttle flights, and his Hubble flight, STS-82, included 2 HST EVAs performed by him. And as I say, that was a repair and upgrade mission. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome astronaut Joe Tanner. Our next guest is John Grunsfeld, and John holds 3 degrees in physics, including his PhD. He was selected by NASA as an astronaut in 1992 and is, I think, for lack of a better description, the champion of the Hubble Space Telescope, having flown 3 flights up to that remarkable observatory and performing 8 EVAs in support of Hubble. I had to thank John personally this morning because this silver Snoopy pin that I'm honored to wear flew on STS-125. So, John, thanks for the jewelry. John Grunsfeld, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we want to kick it off and talk about the Hubble Space Telescope. And, Michael, let's go ahead and start with you.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me okay? Alrighty, yeah, what we'll do is basically the way it was set up this morning is I'll talk about kind of the KSC part, and of course John and Joe had a lot of activities there, but then they'll talk about kind of other activities outside of Kennedy Space Center that they use to prepare for their mission. Joe for his 1, John for his 3. So let's see if this clicker's going to work for us. There we go. Thought we'd start out with kind of a just layout of what Hubble is. Again, the main components of it: the aperture door, secondary, primary mirror. You know, the light comes in the door, off the primary mirror, secondary mirror, and then the main components are back here. And I want to kind of specify, you have what's called axial components, which are these right here. Then you got radial components. Another thing, too, is in NASA, we use a lot of acronyms, and there's a main reason for that. Like, we'll just start out with we'll use one of them here. NICMOS, Near Infrared Camera and Multi-Object Spectrometer. Try saying that 5 times, right? So we'll say NICMOS, and you'll see it as we go along. Got wide field planetary cameras, WIFPIC, and then the other ones that are up here. So I just wanted to kind of give you a layout because we'll be talking about some of the axial and radial instruments here as we go through the discussion. Okay. Just kind of an overview of all the missions. This is kind of what happened on each of the missions. The first, of course, was the deploy. And down here we have the orbiter, the STS number, and then the year that it flew. Of course, the first servicing mission, we put COSTAR and WIFPIC. COSTAR was, let me get this correct, Corrective Optics Space Telescope Axial Replacement. That's why we call it COSTAR instead of saying it all the time. Very good. Thank you, thank you. And then WIFPIC 2, so those are the 2 instruments, and then you could see other things that were installed, flight computer arrays for the gyroscopes, magnetometers, and some other PADA and data, or power and data equipment. Servicing mission 2, which Joe flew on, sits in MICNOS, was basically the new instruments they did there. Installed a solid state recorder, data interface unit. You can read this thermal installation. We wanted to kind of go through a reaction wheel to kind of show that there was a lot of hardware, that new instruments as well as other instruments, other components that were installed on there. And again, in SM3A, they actually broke up the third one into 3A and 3B. So it's basically 3 is 3A, fourth one is 3B. And you can see here, basically a lot of equipment got installed on that one, really no new instruments. And then on the servicing mission 3B was where ASIS got installed, and then NICMOS and cooler power control unit, PCU, a reaction wheel assembly, solar arrays, and other things. And then the last mission, again, these 3 were John flew on. The 2 new instruments was COS, and then the WIFPIC 3, and then other required instruments that worked on, and then installation of, let me see, soft, whatever it is, I can't even read it over there. Science, some of the science instruments, 6 gyroscopes, was that was on the step going, right? And then gyroscopes and other things. So we wanted to kind of point out all the equipment that was basically done and used and serviced over all these missions. A lot of work, a lot of EVAs. Very successful, guys. Thank you. Okay. One thing is, this is a chart's got a lot of stuff. I want you to focus on where the red mark is, and just basically up at the top here. What this is one of the things that we really worried about on Hubble was contamination. I mean, we cleaned and we cleaned and we cleaned and we inspected and we cleaned and we cleaned and we inspected. And basically the requirement we tried to meet was what's called 10,000 K. What that basically is a volume of air, cubic foot of air. You wanted to have 10,000 or less particles that were 5 microns or larger. And then 5 microns is 1,000th of a millimeter. So very small and very clean. And of course, you got 2 kinds of really contamination. We worry about the air, what floats around in the air, and then surface contamination. So we had those 2 specs we had to really worry about. And so most of the areas were, of course, had to meet this requirement to make sure Hubble and all the servicing equipment remained clean. And so I just wanted to show that real quick, kind of as a, you can see the other levels, but again, that was what we tried. It's almost, think of it as a clean room, like an clean or operating room condition in those areas that we brought all this hardware. So one of the things I want to bring up here is a thing called Tiffy Tower. It's designed by a gentleman who worked with at Kennedy Space Center in our group, Don Tiffenbach, and it was actually built by some of the Boeing technicians. Now, one of the things, and this is the Operations and Checkout Building, which is in the southern part of Kennedy Space Center. It's now the Neil Armstrong Operations Checkout Building, but there's a program that flew early in the shuttle program called Space Lab. It was basically a science program, and it contained 2 major components. One was a pressurized module, which flew basically pressurized equipment. The crew could be in short sleeve kind of environment. Then we had things that were exposed to the to vacuum of space, and those flew on a device called a Space Lab pallet. One of the things unique about Space Lab, and one of the reasons I wanted to bring up the names here, myself, Scott Vongen in the audience, and a couple other people were involved in a special group called Level 4, and that's where they got the name on the plaque here. It was a really neat group, kind of a unique group. Most of the places in NASA, not all, but most of the places in NASA, you have contractors that do the physical hands-on. Okay, engineering, operations, quality, safety, or a contractor, and then you have NASA kind of overseeing or standing next to them. Our group was really unique. There was no contractors except for the technicians. We were the engineering, we were the quality, we were the safety, we were the operations. We did the work ourselves, literally, and I've worked my own hands directly on the flight hardware. It was a very unique group that worked on Space Lab experiments here. And the reason I'm bringing that up is because this next chart, what we did is we had to create this clean room for the hardware. inside the operations and checkout building, it was about 100K classroom. Well, we needed 10K. So we basically built this device, this clean room, portable clean room in a clean room for Hubble hardware. Not the Hubble itself, but the repair stuff, the things that would go up on the unit. And one of those things, again, was a Space Lab pallet. We use it in Space Lab, which says, hey, this would be great for Hubble missions. The hardware would have to fly in space. This is reusable stuff, and I'll go to the next chart here. It's this U-shaped device here. It was reusable. The module pallets were all reusable. So what we do is we populate these for the Space Lab missions. They would fly. After the missions, we'd basically tear it apart, repopulate. So this was used over and over again. Hey, this would be a great device for Hubble, to be able to put Hubble and service some of the Hubble equipment, put some of the Hubble equipment on it for servicing missions. So that was kind of our link, was initially, before they found out the problem with the mirror. This is back in 1985. We were going to do integration of some of the Hubble repair mission stuff as part of our level 4 activity. After Challenger, that kind of all changed. But I wanted to show, this is basically one of the operations showing the pallet, and you can see everybody all suited up. Again, head to toe in bunny suits. The only thing exposed to your eyes or your face. Everything else was completely covered. So we tried to maintain that cleanliness as much as we could. Okay. One thing I wanted to bring up here was my job when I was working this in 1985 was to integrate one of these pallets. And basically this equipment that was going to go on this pallet at the time, that was my job in level 4. Because we had such much experience with a number of shuttle missions and Space Lab missions integrating these pallets, he says, hey, who would be good to do that for shuttle or for Hubble? Well, the people that did it for the shuttle and Space Lab. So they basically brought us in to try to do this. And I was basically assigned to integrating this hardware for the first mission, servicing mission. A lot of fun. After Challenger, I got pulled off, so I didn't actually get a chance to do what somebody else did. But I wanted to show the actual picture. Here's an actual picture of the pallet, of a pallet with some of the hardware on it, to show you kind of what it was. So basically, this is what the concept was. That's what the reality ended up. So I just wanted to bring that out. Okay, now Hubble. We'll talk the first thing is Hubble, when it arrived at Kennedy, it came in on a barge, and it went to the vertical processing facility. Here, it was basically came in a horizontal position, and this is it rotating up the vertical. Now, again, this is a facility we had at Kennedy. It was more for hazardous payloads. It would fly components that had hazardous propellant or RTGs or any radioactive stuff. So we had to basically modify this for Hubble, and this is just one of the things. And this shows it now vertical. We had 2 cells in the VPF, and this is kind of people working on it. This is kind of the last work done on Hubble, really, before the pad ops. And so this is kind of the area we did it at the VPF. And then it says, okay, we're good. We're ready to go out to the pad, because this is going to go straight to the pad. We try to minimize time at the pad. We want to get this to the pad and launched, again, to reduce contamination and make sure nothing happens to Hubble. One thing on the right screen here I want to show you, you see this container. This is called the payload canister. This was used to get hardware between the buildings. How do you get something from one building to the next? This never saw the outside environment. It was always temperature, humidity, contamination controlled. So this device is what we use to transport things between buildings. It was used for all the shuttle payloads. And it basically is a payload canister, representation of the shuttle payload bay, same dimensions. And then down here is a payload canister transporter, which is a wheeled vehicle. What I wanted to show here was, you see, this is basically an environmentally controlled unit. Even with that, we put plastic around Hubble, just as an extra protection. And I think we actually ran a Gene 2 purge in, just to make sure it was super clean. And so basically, we'd close these doors, and out the building we went, down the road. It was neat, because when you had a convoy ops, it's going down the road, right, this big vertical canister, and all the traffic's all over the place. And we'd actually go the wrong way down the road, because you want traffic to just come, move over, and then pass by. If you went down the right side of the road, you'd have this huge traffic jam, and nobody liked that. So we always went down the wrong side of the road when we did these canister ups. So it left the VPF and went to the pad. Now, this is actually a pretty neat photograph. It's not actually the Hubble one, but it's a really neat photograph showing the shuttle's already there. Okay, here's the payload canister. The transporter's there, and the payload canister is being lifted up into position. There's 2 main structures, a fixed support structure here, and then this large area here is called a rotating service structure. Inside that rotating service structure up here is called the payload change-out room. That's where we did a lot of the payload work, final payload work before launch. And this is an operation of lifting that canister up to get it in position of in the payload change-out room. I'll say PCR. And so you can see here, here's the red tubing, all stay in condition as we're lifting this thing up in the air, hundreds of feet. And this is actually, there's actually another line here. I think it was probably a power line or a GN2 line. So basically, it would be lifted up into here. And the payload would be transferred from here into the PCR in a device called the Payload Ground Handling Mechanism, PIGM, and you'll see that in a little bit. And then what would happen is that it would be lowered down on the transport. That would be taken away, and then this whole structure then rotate around and basically combine or move around on top of the shuttle. So then we would be able to take the payload from here and into the shuttle itself. Now, one interesting thing here is when you do this operation, of course, you go in, you have seals around this. Well, you got the payload, the PCR doors, and you got the payload doors. Well, there's actually a real narrow arrow in there where you have volume from the outside environment still. It's trapped in there because you got the seals around. What do? So we had to purge that volume to make sure that the volume in that was the same spec as a PCR. So we didn't contaminate Hubble. And just one quick story, side story. Before we did that, it's really narrow. It's probably twice the width of this table, very narrow area. Well, we had these things called witness plates, and what they were for contamination. You'd put these things out, and then you'd take them off to a lab and analyze them for contamination. We had 2 of these in the PCR, actually that area in there, one on the floor, which is easy. You take that, analyze it, take it back. Well, there was one at the top of the PCR, and the only way to get to that thing was a 60-foot ladder, okay? And it's a real narrow area. Well, I was out there for the operation, myself, a pad engineer, and then the quality guy. And the step in the procedure was the quality guy was supposed to go up there and inspect that witness place to make sure there wasn't any contamination. And he knew he was going to do this. He got in the harness and all that. He got in there, and he just didn't feel right. He said, I can't do this. He looked at it. I can't do it. It just freaked him out. And so it's like, well, okay, well, you're supposed to do this. This procedure calls. It says, I was about his same size. And it says, would it be okay if I went? Would you guys take me signing off on the procedure? It's my eyes. It wasn't the quality guy. And the guy goes, sure, no problem. So I put the harness on up. You go.
I think the way it actually worked was they looked at each other and they said, I'm not going to do it. We'll let Mikey do it.
Just like the commercial, right? So we did. That's right. That's what happened. So up this ladder, of course, I was a lot younger and a lot better shape. So up this ladder I went, and I looked in there. Everything was fine. We were ready so we could open up the doors because you wanted to make sure that was good before you opened up the doors. So, of course, when I was up there, I had to look down, right? And you always say you don't look down, right? But I looked down. I was fine. It's like, okay, well, this is very strange, but I didn't freeze. You know, some people would look down and you freeze. And back down the ladder, and everything was good. We potted off. And then basically what happens at that point, we open up the PCR doors, and then you open up the canister doors. Okay, and that's how then you have to transfer that. And this is what the next photo shows, is when you use this what's called the payload ground handling mechanism, PGM, you literally go in, you grab the payload from the canister. There's these things called trunnions, these metal bars that basically hold it. That secures it to the canister. Same thing that secures it to the shuttle. The PGM would go in with these hooks, grab it, lift this whole payload up, and pull it back into the payload changeout room. And that's what you see on the left here. This is Hubble on the PGM right here being basically it's pulled into the payload changeout room. And then we're getting ready basically to install it in the shuttle. So we pull it out of the canister, rotate the RSS around, and then we do the reverse process. Then this would move into the shuttle very slowly and eventually installed Hubble into the, now we're in Discovery. We're getting ready to go. We're getting close. So I just want to explain kind of how that worked real quick, the pad. And then one of the operations I was involved with was the battery installation. We did the batteries. We installed the batteries late. We want to make sure the batteries are full charged before we went out. We launched. And this is myself, McDonnell Douglas engineer, another level 4 engineer, and then myself. Now, one thing you notice, I'm going to ask you a question. You can see their faces, but you only see my eyes. Okay, they had face hoods. I had an eye hood. Now, why wouldn't that happen? You got it. I had a mustache at the time, and that's contamination. So I had to wear an eye hood to protect it. Another thing was kind of gross, but I have to tell you, because of sensitivity of some of the optics, we couldn't wear cologne, perfume, makeup, any of that, because, you know, that's the stuff you smell in the air. That's particulate. You don't want to get that on stuff. So it was an interesting couple of weeks there working at the pad. And then here's the batteries going in, and then basically we close the doors for launch. Well, a neat little fact is, whenever I worked at these missions, I always wanted to be there for door closure. It's like sending your kid off to college, right? Okay. Most of the time, the space lab hardware we worked on came back, so we would see it. This you're never going to see again on Earth. So I was out there for the last door, when the doors closed for the last time, and says, this is the last time it's on Earth. See it. So I'd always go out there for door closure. So. Okay, and so then we'll get into the servicing missions. Whoops. Yeah, that was, let me go back here. What am I doing? Uh-oh, what happened? Whoop, wrong way. I'm sorry, Mark, I messed it up. Can you reset it there? Okay, thank you, sir. Yeah, I hit the wrong button. And I worked on your space shuttle. Isn't that dangerous? I can't even. And so basically, we have the first servicing mission. Again, this is the one to basically repair the optics. So you see CoStar down here. And this is work that we were doing in the payload hazardous servicing facility. This is basically prepping the hardware. Again, there's a space lab PAL, and there's CoStar going in, and then wide field planetary camera on the right here. I'm going to go through these pretty quick so you can listen to Joe and John. Servicing mission 2, Joe's mission. Here's the Neihouse going in, and it's protective and container. And then this is a berthing system. This is what Hubble berthed to let them do their work. You could berth it to it, and then you could rotate it in spots. And, of course, you guys know a lot more about this. In fact, I think John, I think you're here. Or is it Joe? No, Joe's far left. This is one of the operations we did at Kennedy. The crew came down for. A lot of times, of course, this is the hardware they're going to see in space. And so when we do testing or work on it, they would be here because this is what they're going to see in space. A lot of times they would be here, check it out. Hey, is there something that doesn't look right? They're training on something that's not what we're training with. So it gave them a good heads up on the flight hardware. Okay, and then this is another component that was going to fly with them. And then this is the final. This is basically payload inside the Bay of Discovery before launch, showing how all that hardware went together and inside Discovery. Okay. Next is SM3A. This one, John. I wanted to show kind of something a little different. This is the hardware arriving. Again, all this hardware had to be maintained very clean. So this is, you can see this one's coming on a C5 into our shuttle landing facility, and then into the PHSF. And again, you can see, okay, it's got this container that's in, all very clean. Look, the hardware is even there, it's wrapped to make sure it's clean and stays clean. Everybody you'll see is always in bunny suits. Facility, everything, we clean, double clean, triple clean, inspect, take samples, clean again. And I just wanted to show kind of how some of that hardware got here at Kennedy. Now, one of the things I wanted to point out, too, with this one was unique, and we did a lot of the missions, was blacklight inspection. You know, the old blacklight you had when you were a kid and stuff, and it's really good for finding contamination. And so we would use a lot of blacklight inspection. Here's some of the crew looking over equipment. I know this is one of his, John is here or not. But here's the members working on a number of different things that we're going to fly. This one was really unique, John. I think you remember that's a rib clamps. Is that for when you were doing the fabric repair, the MLI repair? What's the idea? And then one thing, too, is a lot of this was in the cargo bay of the shuttle. Well, one thing I wanted to show, too, here, this is the mid-deck area. I guess this is some of the EVA tools. So there's hardware in the mid-deck, hardware in the payload bay, all to support these missions. Okay, so a lot of that was done. One quick fact, too, is a mission I worked on, working EVA ops. We were going to do a closeout, and the crew member wanted to be there. He says, hey, I want to see kind of what this thing looks like before it leaves Earth. So he was there and actually performed the closeout operation. What we call closeout is basically that's the last time you touch anything. And so he was there. We did the closeout, closed it, locked the hatch. And I told him, next time you see this, it's on orbit. You make sure that this is what he sees. This is configuration. The same thing with Joe and John. This is configuration you want to be able to see when you open that thing up. You don't want to have a look in it and it's, oh my gosh, that's what I've been training on for the last 2 years. And so it's really critical that those EVA tools were in the right spot and in the right configuration so they can get their tether hooks on and stuff for the operation. This is the 3B. This shows a lot of the components of solar arrays and other equipment that was going to fly in that. Again, there's a Space Lab pallet there integrated. And then these are other support structures that were used for those other elements that flew on 109. And then Steve Hall, he was a gentleman supposed to be on this panel. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it. But this is him over on the right here. He was a Goddard person that really did a lot of work to make these successful. That's another thing, too. This is Kennedy. Kennedy was kind of the last place where everything came to. There was a huge amount of work at other space centers, JSC, the training they did, all over the world for these missions. We basically were at the end there. We were the last 6 months, year of their life. A lot of this stuff was a lot of work done off-site before it ever got to Kennedy. So I wanted to make sure that we didn't do everything at Kennedy. We were like the tip of the final operations of all the hard work these people put in. That was another thing we were really concerned with is we didn't want to do anything that some of these people spend a decade on. In the last 6 months, we do something up. That was our number one goal, is we make sure that this stuff was good when it flew because these people spent their careers on it. Whoops. There we go. And this is the last servicing mission. Showing the fine guidance sensor going in this protective enclosure here. And then this is actually the outside of the enclosure being assembled around the F. See, when I did it, it was a container with just the lid opened up, and we went in. I think now what they did with this one is they actually took it apart, put the thing in, the FGS in, and then reassembled the container. It's a lot safer, a lot easier, because there's a mirror right here, especially right here on the fine, that you were really, really worried about. Not only that it got contaminated, but if you damaged it. You put this in and it hits and damages out of alignment, you just bought the mission for how long? However long. And then this is basically this. I wanted to show this one. This was Steve with some of his college at the closeout at the launch pad. He was very proud of that. So I'm going to take a closeout. I think that's the last chart. Yep, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mikey. Thanks for the trip down memory lane. and I don't know about you, John, but I actually learned a few things from that. It's great. We're going to talk, John and I are going to talk about training for the 4 missions that we did. This is a quicker summary than Mikey's chart, which is actually a better summary, but this shows kind of how they fell from the launch date of 31 for deploy, and then SM1 and then SM2. And then John will talk, I'll talk about SM2 some, and then John will talk about 3. We trained in, well, particularly for SM1 and SM2, we trained in 3 different places. The NBL wasn't functional until January of '97. We did our last set of runs in the NBL, but all the other training events we did either in the neutral buoyancy simulator at Huntsville or the weightless environment training facility, the WEDF, at Johnson. We couldn't train Hubble and the WEDF because it was only 25-foot deep pool, and you still couldn't put the whole stack even in the NBS, which was 40 feet, and the NBL's 40 feet, but at least you could put enough of it that you could get to the primary instrument bays and then the circular bays, the radial bays. And then we had the rest of the stack in the NBL, we had it on the side, so if you had to do something up high, which Greg and I did on our flight, then you just kind of swim over. You can't swim in that pool, by the way. I tried. And I was a college swimmer, and I could almost do a little bit of a breaststroke thing, but, you know, butterfly, freestyle, forget it. But so we did most of our training in Huntsville, and the SM1 crew went there probably 4 times. We went 4 separate times for 2 weeks each, and you think, well, that's bad because you're away from all your other training activities, and you had to drag your arm operator with you. For us was Dr. Steve Hawley. But it was actually good because it separated us from any other distractions, including family, although 3 of those trips I brought my wife and my kids with me, and we stayed up at Monsanto State Park. If you ever go to Huntsville, go up there, rent one of those cabins, and now, well, it was like heaven. And so, but the crew was all together all of the time, and we got to talk and plan our techniques and missions and work timeline. Of course, our trainers were with us. The Goddard people were there with us, working tools. I got a shout out to the Goddard people, and John will too. We would do a NBS or a WEDF or we did some training in the WEDF, and I'll talk about that in a second, but we had a problem with one of their homemade tools, and they were literally homemade. And we say, you know, it would be real nice if this tool would work a little bit different than it is. We would come back the next day for the next training mission, and there would be a new tool there. I don't think the guys slept. Went back to the lab. Did you have that same sort of experience? I mean, it's just amazing, men and women. Incredible. So the NBS, we went, like I said, 4 times, 2 weeks each. Got real familiar with the hardware there. It fit in the tank. Wasn't a huge tank. It dates back to the Apollo era, that particular tank. And I think it's a National Historic Site. They kept it, right? They were talking about taking it apart. And I said, no, don't do that. And the only challenge really was that when we finished our work on Friday, we had to fly home. Now, I don't know if any of you are scuba divers. Yeah, well, we were sucking on O2 for quite a while so that we could could actually go home, and then we had to stay 25,000 or below on a 38, and that was a little dicey trip if there was any headwind making that run. So, but that was really only, everything else was an advantage. Now, later on, when I was training for the station in the NBL, it was really nice getting up, having a morning with your family a little bit, and then go to work, and then be back by the time the kids got home from school. That was nice too. So, but the WEDF, we did some of the FSS training in the WEDF. We did all the orbiter contingency stuff in the WEDF, and then we had a short stack. Well, let me back up for a second. The Goddard team was really worried about the solar arrays, which were the rollout type of solar arrays, and if you, it was supported by two BISTEM on either side, well, one on either side, and it was like if you take a tape measure and you roll it out, and you get to the point, if you're the 1 inch, you can go farther than the 3/4 before it buckles. Well, they were really worried that when we were ingressing PFRs, they weren't APFRs, they were PFRs, portable foot restraint. The A stands for articulating, but we didn't have those. We had a straight PFR that you would mount on a socket on the telescope itself. They were concerned when we were needed one of those for foot restraint, for hand access, whatever task we were doing, because either the other person was on the arm or we couldn't use the arm in that location or for some reason, that when we ingressed the PFR, that would perturbate the telescope so much that the BISTEM would buckle. Huge concern, to the point where on my flight and John's first flight, they carried rigid braces underneath the ORUC, just in case we buckled the BISTEMs and had to rigidly secure the array so that it wouldn't be all folded up and not produce electricity. Very bad for Hubble. So they were so concerned about that Laura Bailie was our engineer, brand new engineer out of school, and she turned out to be a superstar at JSC. I don't know if she's still there or not, but she designed a way to instrument the WIF, the socket adapter, with strain gauges to determine how much force we put during ingress into the telescope itself. We called that the twinkle toes test. And I don't know if you guys had to do it or not, but all four of us did this, and of course we all wanted to get the twinkle toes award. The broodiest of we were all pretty big guys, and Steve and I were, and this afternoon I'll tell you why we were selected for this mission, but we were 6'2", and Greg was 5'11", something like that. Mark was 6'1", somewhere in there. But he was kind of a brute, and we figured he's going to lose this for sure. And I did my best twinkle toes ingress as best I could, and I got second. But Mark beat me, and I was really kind of disappointed by that. Now, you have to come back this afternoon. This is your hook to come back this afternoon, and I'll tell the story of how we flight tested the BISTEMs. Pretty interesting stuff. So we did, like I said, just a few runs in the WEDF, and everything else was in the NBS with our last set of runs in the NBL. This picture of the NBS, I've talked pretty much about that already. Really got to appreciate the safety divers, and the divers at Huntsville were not full-time. There's maybe one or two of them. Most of them were just engineers or technicians or whatever that worked in other areas at Marshall, and they take a few hours off and come over and dive and then go back to their regular jobs. It was pretty kind of cool. One of my divers was the fellow that wrote October Sky. We became really good. Homer Hickam. Yeah, none of you all knew who it was, but thanks. And we became really good friends. He was one of our divers. This is before he was Homer Hickam. Yeah, he was just that guy from that engineering department. But he was writing the book when we were doing this training. This is at the WEDF, actually. I can tell from the lights. And I'm not sure what event this was, because I'm wearing EV1 stripes and I was EV4. You all know about the stripes, by the way? You're going to see this a bunch. For those of you who don't, the way we can tell looking at pictures who's EV1, 2, 3, and 4 is by the leg stripes and the stripe on the side of the PLIS, primary life support system. Sorry. I know a lot of you are acronym smart, but I don't want to insult those that aren't, so I'll repeat some of these acronyms. The EV1, the head bubba, what's in charge of the crew, is a solid red stripe. So I've got kind of a solid red stripe on there. So I was, for this training mission, I happened to be EV1, don't know why. EV2 had no stripe at all, it was just white. EV3 had a red and dashed white, and then EV4 was a barber, had a barber pole stripe on your suit. So I was EV4, so you can pick me out real easily in the pictures here. We'll show you some pictures later today, and they say, how do you know who that was? Well, we know who that was because. So anyway, we did a WEDF run, and we're going to have to suit up each other for the mission, so we suited up each other for every training run, so that we knew exactly each individual crew members, how their suit fit, putting their gloves on, getting their lower torso harnesses connected, and Mark was a little bit challenging on that one, John, because he had a little bit more girth. Yeah. And so you got real good at it. So when you got on orbit, it was just no big deal. Now these are a couple of the power tools that we use. We were the first flight of the pistol grip tool, the one on the left, brand new design by Goddard. Richards designed that. Became an astronaut later as reward, I guess. But this is a real handy tool. Didn't have a power supply cord. It had an internal battery, and had torque ranges from like 2.5 all the way up to 25. Now this particular tool, we had an engineering unit of it, and it had a traveling case and everything, and they'd let us take it home. So I took it home one night. My sons then were about 9 and 11, I think. And I pulled this thing out of the box, and it weighs a bunch. Of course, space doesn't weigh anything, and the underwater version was made out of plastic and had buoyancy, so it didn't weigh very much, and it was pretty much neutrally buoyant in the water. And I said, hey, boys, take a look at this. This is this tool we're going to use. And I'm a tool guy, and so they're kind of tool guys, and they were playing with it, and I said, how much do you think that thing cost? They started at $5,000. They incrementally went up to about $50,000, and then they gave up. And I said, $250,000. They gave it right back to me. The one on the right is, and that's actually Steve Smith. How do I know there's no stripe on the PLIS? Can't see his leg, but you can see the PLIS. There's a white stripe there. We had to use the PRT, the power ratchet tool, in an external battery because it would go higher torque. The A latches, if I remember right, were 38 foot-pounds of torque to brake and to tighten. And the PGT wouldn't do that. And we learned later in station, by the way, the PGT was not real accurate on torque. If you said you wanted 20 foot-pounds, you might get 17, 18. Luckily not 21s, you're not going to break anything. But so we used the PRT for the A latches, and I think we probably used them on the doors too, just because Steve had it in his hand. So those are our primary tools, but there are so many other special tools. I've already sort of alluded to it, but specialty tools for our solar array drive electronics unit, which had non-captive fasteners. So they developed a tool called the FRT, we resisted shortening that acronym to one word, if you know what I mean. But that was a tool that we used to put underneath the head of a bolt, a non-captive bolt, and secure it, and then release the bolt. You back the bolt down a little bit, and then put this little thing on there, just like a fork kind of thing, and clamp it in, and you pull it out. And there was a washer on those also, and I'm going to preview coming attractions for this afternoon, but Greg was doing that job, and I was kind of his assistant, hanging on the back of the arm. And we were trying real hard to get the washer and the bolt. He got just the washer and or just the bolt, I mean, pulled it out, and the washer started flying like this. And believe it or not, I reached out with my hand, I grabbed it just like that. Put it in the trash bag. Great tools, and a whole collection of them, and we would go over those tools before every training run, the ones we were going to use, and then at the debrief after, like I said, we'd give them feedback on it, and we'd get a new tool the next day. This is the FSS. You already saw that picture, and this was really important for us to see the real hardware. The one in the water didn't look that clean at all. It was pretty much functionally the same, but nothing like seeing the real hardware. And then we spent a lot of time at Goddard, and I know John did too, because I took you guys up there one time in the 38. Great trip. The high fidelity mechanical simulator was a dimensionally correct, functionally correct mock-up of the HST. So we would go up there and, of course, look at the telescope, and it's a lot cleaner than the real thing. And John will probably tell you this: you get to the real thing, and then you say, "Wow, this thing's filthy, dirty. What happened? You were so clean before." Mikey would be really disappointed to look at it. But very clean room, building 29, if I remember the number right, and spent a lot of time in there working with the engineers and the techs and looking at our real hardware, and we did a really important test for me because I was doing a fine guidance sensor insertion, and visibility was a little problem looking over that to make sure you didn't hit that mirror that Mikey was talking about, petrified about hitting that mirror. But we could do a partial insertion of an instrument into the flight dimensional hole to see what my visibility really would be with other people looking around and everything, so we could repeat that on flight. Turns out on flight, for me, it happened at night, which really didn't make much difference. The lighting was good. And this is our last look in the payload bay. I'm not sure if it was CEIT or TCDT. CEIT's crew interface, equipment interface test that we did at the Cape on every vehicle before flight. And also, cruise of the payload bay as well. And then TCDT is a terminal countdown demonstration test, was the dry count. Some of you, oh, I know that one. Yeah. So we're all a lot of facial hair, I guess, because most of us had the full masks on. Yeah, I spent 4.5 years as a astronaut support personnel, and I really wanted to shave my mustache off so I didn't have to wear that thing. My wife wouldn't let me. So,
and she still does.
So she still does it. So I think that's all I've got. Yeah. Okay. We're going to save questions till after, okay?
Next talk. All right, so I had the privilege of being on 3 Hubble Space Telescope missions, and there was kind of a policy that somebody from one mission would move over to the next mission because they had the Hubble experience. They knew all about the cleanliness. They knew that you weren't supposed to wear cologne or deodorant or anything when you're in the clean room. Like you said, it made for some interesting long days. And so Steve Smith, who flew with Joe Tanner, was also on STS-103, which was SM-3A, as Mikey showed. And then I carried over from STS-103 to STS-109, the next mission, and I hid a bunch of tools in Hubble, and I was the only one who knew where they were. So then they had to send me back for the final servicing mission, SM4. But before each of these missions, we would do engineering runs in the pool, in my case in the neutral buoyancy laboratory, and it was kind of like an audition to see how you do. And Joe mentioned that on STS-82, there were a lot of tall guys with long arms. And so there was kind of a prejudice that you had to be really tall to do a Hubble mission. Well,
It really helps.
well, it turns out that there's a biometric quantity that's called the ape factor, which is how long are your arms compared to your height. And I have a very positive ape factor. My arm span is actually longer than my height. And so during those audition runs, I was able to reach the same kind of things that Steve could and demonstrated some facility. But also, Joe talked about the tool development. And on a typical Hubble mission, we flew over 400 custom tools that were tailored to optimize both the Hubble nominal, the normal change-outs and upgrades and repairs, but also a whole host of things of what if something goes wrong. And Joe talked a little bit about that with the bi-stem braces. So we had a whole nother collection of tools, plus we had prime tools and backup tools. So we had various, not really torque wrenches, but torque limiters that we would use on the tools so that we wouldn't break something. But just in case, we had another set of torque limiters with a higher set of torques, in case the bolts wouldn't release and we had to change that out. And in fact, we often used a lot of those other backup tools. One day, Steve Smith invited me over to his house after these runs and said to me, hey, you've been selected to go on a mission. And so Steve was on SM3A STS-103 EV1, and I was EV2, and then I carried over as EV1 for the subsequent mission. Mikey showed these pictures. This picture, and this is just sort of the highlight on each of the missions of what we did. We're starting with the launch mission and the deployment April 24th, 35 years ago. So we're coming up on the 35th anniversary, and what each of the missions did. Between the fourth and fifth missions, we had 2 instruments fail. We had to learn how to repair instruments in space, tiny screws, and a whole host of new tool development. And I loved the tool development because I could run off to the local hardware store and buy a few tools and then bring them to the NBL and test them out underwater. And some of them worked and some of them didn't. For instance, one day I appeared and with another astronaut, Don Pettit, in a machine shop, I had manufactured fingernails for the rubber gloves, thinking that for the tiny screw stuff, if only I had fingernails, I could kind of get my fingernail under the washer. Didn't work at all. It was terrible. So that didn't work. But I did, for the gyroscope changeouts, I had done that with Steve Smith on STS-103. And we had to reach in the telescope, and it was really delicate. And I said, if you had one of those things that you grab cans off a high shelf, that would be great. So I bought one of those, and I put some lead weights on one end and some floats to get it neutrally buoyant. And we tried it, and it worked great. And then the next set of NBL runs, a month or so later, Goddard had a $250,000 tool that that we actually flew and used on that final mission. And so that was some of the really engaging stuff. And the Goddard developers, the engineers, not only would do the tool development, but they would dive with us. And for the earlier missions, they would get in the spacesuits and do engineering runs so that they could appreciate how hard it is to work in those pressurized suits with the big, bulky gloves. And so it really was an integral team, and that was one of the things that made it so much more rewarding working on it. And, I think as much as all of the shuttle missions, the fact that, from astronauts to engineering technicians at Goddard Space Flight Center to the scientists, to the folks in Level 4, putting it all together for launch, it was just one big team. I think that's true of all the shuttle missions. So we had a few innovations along the way that were just technology catching up. Um, I'll give an example of technology catching up, just for yucks. But on the first servicing mission, they put in a coprocessor on top of the old computer. It was a DF224 computer, which nobody knows unless you worked on Korean War era aircraft. And so it wasn't quite fast enough, so they put a 386 coprocessor on it in 1993, which was super advanced at the time. But on our mission in 1999, we changed out the whole computer with a 486. And so believe it or not, that's what's running on Hubble now, is a 486 computer. Now it has two of them. It has an A side and a B side, so if one fails, we could switch over. We joked, on the later missions that we should get a Pentium anyway. And in fact, we flew Pentiums on laptops, so why not? But one of the innovations was virtual reality. And so things like moving on the robotic arm, stuff around the payload bay, we would practice in a lab at Johnson Space Center that was kind of an experimental lab. Dave Homan there on the lower right running that, and he was like the tool guys at Goddard. He was the Johnson Space Center software guru, and we would talk about things, and he would go off and click, and his guys would, in real time, reprogram the behavior to be more accurate. And so we would practice robotic operations, but also they had force torque sensors, and so we would go in and we would look through those weird, these are the early days, but the stereo glasses. And what we would see was what EVA gloves and space and the space shuttle behind it. And this is one of the fine guidance sensors. So we would hold these PVC tubes, and our eyes would see our hands grabbing the real instrument. And the idea was we could feel the inertia and the rotational moments of the real instrument as if we were in space. And it was to give us that feel of putting things in and out. And it sort of worked. It was always entertaining. And then, of course, the NBL training, and I had the benefit of seeing all of Joe's slides, so I'm not going to talk a lot about that. But we would go in and do the tasks over and over and over again. And really, it was training muscle memory, training body positions, getting in and out of the PFRs. I will say that I was able to get in and out of the instrumented portable foot restraint that had the strain gauges on it without even tripping it above the noise. And we did that just by repetition. And it turns out, I mean, it's you can train and learn to do that. But it turns out actually that the solar rays were a lot more rugged than we thought.
Don't steal my thunder.
But folks were so concerned about that, but also the solar rays were pretty warped. They were a little bit warped when you got there. They were way warped when we got there. And the team decided to change them out. So we changed them out on my second mission with large, rigid solar rays that, believe it or not, Goddard bought on a surplus auction from the Iridium program. So they got a special deal. And those are the arrays that are up there now. They're actually a triple junction gallium arsenide array. So they're very high efficiency, much better. And it eliminated all the disturbances when the telescope went from day to night. It used to jitter, and they worried that during that jitter, the solar rays would fold up. And the rigid arrays eliminated that. As Joe said, we would suit each other up at each of the runs. And I would actually get to the NBL usually around 5:30 a.m. and also put all the tools together in the configuration that we wanted to use them on orbit and check everything out so that everything became practiced. And the official numbers are that for every hour in space, we trained about 12 hours, so a factor of 12 in the pool. And that doesn't include all the engineering runs and a few other things. And so it was really quite a bit higher than that. And every day when I would go for one of these NBL runs, drive in there, and also the advantage of going at 5:30 in the morning, the traffic's a lot better. Clear Lake's actually got a lot of traffic these days. But I would always wonder, when I get in the suit and go in the pool, am I ever going to get tired of this? And, because it's pretty repetitive, it's a lot of wear and tear. In fact, Joe warned me that, all that work with the hands in the suit, that I'm a candidate for arthritis. I don't know how you are, but, I can. Oh yeah, we would work out, which probably makes it worse.
Exercise for your fingers,
Yeah,
right?
Doing spacewalks is an athletic event, and you really do have to train for it, lifting weights and endurance. I spent, my longest EVA was 8 hours and 40 minutes in the suit, most of it working hard. But I never got tired of it. When the water would go by the visor, every single time, and I have hundreds and hundreds of dives in Yale, I think, what better job than getting to play being an astronaut in space, in a spacesuit? And of course, the answer is actually doing it in space. But we also engineered a number of very high fidelity mock-ups. Now, Joe mentioned the high fidelity mechanical simulator at the Goddard Space Flight Center. That's actually, to a very high degree, a replica of the Hubble Space Telescope, in that all the mechanical interfaces and almost all of the electrical interfaces are identical. A lot of them use engineering test unit hardware, and it's in a clean room. Saw that. But there were sort of part tasks that we found that were really hard on orbit. And on the first servicing mission, Jeff Hoffman and Story Musgrave were opening the large doors where the gyros were contained, and they changed out the gyros, and when they went to close the doors, they couldn't get the doors closed. They tried and tried and tried, and finally they got one of those straps with a ratchet, put it across the door and ratcheted it, and came pretty damn close to breaking the Hubble, such that it would have died on that first servicing mission in 1993. And the reason is that nobody had ever explained to them that on the tops and bottoms of the doors, and on the seam as well, there were dovetails that had to match up. So the dovetail, like any space object, you try and make it as lightweight as possible. Where's the fellow who worked on Lunar Module 7? Marty. Yeah. Did you make that lunar module as light as you possibly could? Yes. I mean, everything was scrutinized. And in fact, some of the Apollo astronauts said if you had a pencil, you could stick it through the aluminum sidewall of the pressure vessel. Well, Hubble was made pretty light too, and those doors are really flexible. So as you're closing them, it's very hard to get two dovetails on the top and bottom and on the side, all aligned at exactly the same time. So I asked Goddard Space Flight Center if they could make a mock-up of that aft shroud of Hubble with the doors just as floppy as the ones on orbit, so that we could practice opening and closing them over and over again. And I said, put leveling legs on the bottom, so that, and Steve Smith and I practiced this a bunch, so that when Steve and I, working together, could efficiently close the door, we'd back off and I'd say, okay, turn all the nuts so that the misalignment is different. And then we'd try again and it wouldn't close. And we had to learn techniques for holding the handrail and moving it in and out, up and down, two-person team, until we could efficiently close the door. And on orbit, it worked just like this. Wouldn't close. Steve and I knew what to do. We worked together. We got it closed without breaking the Hubble. And that's kind of rule number one. I don't know if you guys had it officially written down, but I developed a top 10 list of items that every EVA crew member had to follow. And on the first list, it was don't break the Hubble on the first iteration. And then we changed that is safety is number one. Number two is don't break the Hubble. And then also putting in the gyros was pretty tricky. So we would do that. This is actually at the Goddard Space Flight Center. You can see we're in the bunny suits. And we would practice putting those gyros in and out, in and out, in and out. The alignment was microns. They had ceramic feet that had to engage. And we were told, don't break the Hubble. Don't break those, don't bump the ceramic feet against anything or they'll crack.
Was in
Oh yeah,
there.
and so we would practice wearing the EVA gloves. And these were we would train with the actual gyros, which is kind of nuts. But, they wanted us to have that exact feel once we got to orbit. Now, on orbit, you can hold those with 2 fingertips. And on the ground, I can't remember what they weigh, but it was somewhere around 20 pounds. Holding it up like this and trying to get micron engagements. And then the threads, for whatever reason, the bolts, 3 bolts that went in, didn't have any appreciable lead in. It was machined flat, and so getting that first thread engagement was really hard. And those are the kind of details that we had to learn on the ground in training before we went to space. And then in the NBL, we built some relatively high fidelity mock-ups, and we would practice dry side on the side of the pool over and over again to then maximize the utility of when we were actually in the suits, and a variety of things. Now, Joe mentioned maneuvering the fine guidance sensor with the mirror at the other end, and I came up with a crazy idea, which is one of the most hazardous parts of handling the fine guidance sensors, and even more so the wide field camera, is that when we launched, there was a big heavy mirror cover at the end of the wide field camera's pickoff mirror. And that's the mirror that Mikey talked about that you don't want to damage. And they put that cover on so that it wouldn't get damaged during insertion at the Cape or in handling at Goddard. And then we had a 2-person procedure where one person would hold the camera in space, another person would take off the cover of the pickoff mirror and remove it. I said, I think that's the most hazardous thing to the mirror, is removing that pickoff cover. That if one person or the arm moved or you didn't pull it off exactly carefully and you scraped it along the mirror, that would be the end of it. And one of the things we had to do when the mirror came off is we had to look at it to make sure that one of Mikey's mustache hairs wasn't stuck to it. But I said, it'll just be a lot simpler operation and a 1-person operation if we launch it without the pickoff mirror and we just learn to be very careful taking it out. That's part 1. Part 2 is that the STS-82 crew, Joe Tanner, put in an FGS just fine. The first servicing crew put an FGS just fine. On STS-103, Claude Nicolier, no fault to his own, was putting the fine guidance sensor into the telescope, and that's about the size of a small baby grand piano. Yep. And you're holding it at one end and trying to insert it, 6-8 feet away into a hole that you can't see, into guide rails that you can't see, because you're in the middle. So your partner is saying, up, pitch down, y'all right, y'all left, to get it in there. And about halfway in, it got stuck. Okay, and I'm inside, and Steve Smith is inside, and Mike Full and Claude are out there, and and it was side loaded, metal on metal, and it got a little bit stuck. Now, Claude fortunately stopped, told the arm operator to stop, and we were able to straighten it out a little, remove it, and then get it in. But I thought, it'd be great if we could get the feel of handling these large piano-sized objects before we go to space and do it for the first time. So we developed something called Pogo, where you can see that this is a mock-up of the wide field camera, and it's being suspended by a strap, and then there's a hydraulic system with sensors so that if you lift it, it goes up without having to have the weight of it, and if you pull it down, then all the rotational axes being held above its center of mass, so that feels similar, and it's driven also right, left, and in and out. And then I would stand on a cart, and this is Christy Hansen and Tomas Gonzalez-Torres, our EVA instructors and EVA flight leads. And they were the robotic arm. They would push me in and out. So I would get the feel of what it feels like when the robotic arm pushes me in, and I'm holding, in this case, about an 800-pound wide field camera that's floating. We called that Pogo. And of course, with safety, we had to have steel-toed shoes and helmets and safety observer, so that if the pogo system, one of the hydraulic lines broke or something and it started moving rapidly, they could hit the shutdown. So we use these kind of training devices as well. We also did a lot of tabletop work where we have the EVA procedures. This is out at the NBL, and we would just script it as if it was the first read-through of a script for a film or something like that. And we would role play, and eventually we actually got little EVA dolls and labeled them EV2, Foistel, EV1, Grunsfeld, with the stripes, and Christy Hansen white-outed the stripes on these little squeeze dolls. and we would play, in and out of the airlock and who tethers to whom, to try and just get all of the scripting done on the ground, so that when we got to orbit, if everything went well, we would have all of that memorized as if it were shooting a film where no retakes are allowed. So we did a lot of classroom work like that as well. And then the real hardware. And this is during a payload bay walk down here at the Kennedy Space Center. Kennedy Space Center, where it all comes together. I carried around a little piece of same material that covers the gloves, a piece of Vectran with the silicone rubber coating on it. And during the payload bay walk downs, and STS-82 did the same thing, you saw something that kind of looked sharp, you would swipe it and look at it and make sure that it wouldn't cut a glove, because we're operating in there, and even though you have this subroutine running in your brain during a spacewalk, don't put your hand on something that looks sharp. Don't use your hand as a hammer. All kinds of rules like that. Remember, rule number one: safety is number one. But during all of the prep work, Goddard Space Flight Center, on the hardware, on the tools, on the payload bay, I would swipe those things to make sure that it was safe. And there was another team that was the VITS, Vehicle Integration Test Team. They would have done all of that as well. Those are folks that work for the astronaut office. Many of them have gone on to become astronauts as well. But we would make sure that there weren't sharp edges. And for STS-109, my second mission, we were in the middeck with all the tools configured 2 nights before launch. And Rick Linehan and I wanted to go in and pull out the EVA tools drawer from the inside and look at a few of the custom tools that were a late delivery. We were suggesting to Goddard that we have some new tools all the way up until launch. One of them wasn't ready until basically the week before launch. It was flown down to Kennedy Space Center, cleaned, put into the foam inside the lockers. We hadn't seen the final tool. And this was a tool that would go on to the mini workstation. You'll see that later, the tool belt for the spacesuit that allowed Rick to put a tool on and quickly take it on and off without having to move a latch or anything. Basically, we said, hey, when you put your broom on the wall on one of those spring clamps, you can take it off. How about something like that for the tool? And so they built one of those, they flew it down. We hadn't seen it. So we go into the middeck, and we take it out. We'd seen photos and the drawings, and we'd tried the mock-up one, but not the actual flight tool. I wanted to see the actual flight tool. I thought, I don't want to get to orbit, and maybe it doesn't work. I can't say that I saw it. So we go in. Of course, we're in the bunny suits and the mask and gloves. We have folks from Kennedy there. We take it out, and I take the little piece of glove thing, and I swipe it, and I look at it like everything else that I've done and expecting to see no result, and it sliced right through it. And Rick and I look at each other, and what do we do now? And because the right answer would have been to show it to the quality folks, remove it from the shuttle, and end of story. And I said, hey, in the in-flight maintenance locker is a roll of Kapton tape. And so I looked at the diagram, and we opened it up, and I took out the roll of tape, and I wrapped tape all around it really tight and made it look space-like. and then swiped it a zillion times or 100 times, couldn't cut it. We put it back in and closed the drawer.
Yeah, we took that as an example because when we would do, like John said, we do sharp edge inspections. We try to do a lot of that before they would see it and fix that, so that when they did some of the last sharp edges, they wouldn't have that problem. It would already be fixed. But we would do that would be the way we'd solve it. Is we take tape or something, use Kapton or something, and protect that edge because you can't take it in and grind it somewhere and grind it off and bring it back. There's no time. So we would take exactly what we would do. We take Kapton tape and go over those sharp edges again because we did not want any of these things cutting their gloves or their suits or anything.
Now, as EV1, I didn't want to set a bad example because Rick Linehan as EV2 might have been the person to go on to the next mission. So the next day at our final briefing, I did report that to the bit that we put a little Kapton tape on a sharp edge, and they said that was okay. And of course, the final event here at the Kennedy Space Center is launch. I'm just amazed at how wonderful, and Joe worked astronaut support personnel on many, many missions. I'm just amazed at how it all comes together. The most complicated machine ever built by humans. One of the most highest performing complex vehicles. That time after time, we'd get to orbit and everything was just as we needed it to support these missions. Now, when I put this talk together, it was to share with you a few stories. But I have one more story to share, and it's because yesterday, the Office of Management and Budget, OMB, released their proposal for next year's NASA budget. And I wanted to show a picture of the next Hubble, called the Roman Space Telescope. Nancy Grace Roman was the first project scientist for the Hubble Space Telescope many, many years ago. She was a pioneer in astronomy, professional astronomer, and helped Hubble get to the point where it was a real project, got it started so that 35 years ago it could be launched. And this is actually the Roman Space Telescope in the same clean room at the Goddard Space Flight Center that Joe and I trained in, and that all of the Hubble hardware was for the servicing missions was developed. And it's on the payload adapter system for the launch vehicle. So it's ready, basically ready to go. It's going through final integration and test, which you all know about well. And unfortunately, yesterday, the Office of Management and Budget, in their budget proposal, it's only a proposal, it's not a done deal, they canceled it. We've spent $2.5 billion, which compared to Hubble is a bargain, to get this finished. And it's going to launch September 2026. And they're saying, hey, to save a few $100 million, which is important. We got to get our budget under control, but we're going to cancel it. But they said, don't worry, we're going to keep Hubble and James Webb, but in the fine print, Hubble gets killed too. And so I don't know who you should write at this point because it's just a proposal. But I would go on the whitehouse.gov website, and if there's a comment section, I would say don't cut NASA astrophysics. Science at NASA got cut by 2/3. Astrophysics got cut by 2/3. Science got cut in half. And so the proposal is to turn off both Mars rovers, not to bring back the samples, not to kill the 2 missions to Venus that are currently proposed, to close the Goddard Space Flight Center entirety, 10,000 people, to not do any more future astrophysics missions, and in 5 years to turn off the Hubble. So I think that's a bad idea. Just saying. Anyway, thanks.
Were there any questions?
Yeah, I think we're ready for Q&A. But once again, let's have a round of applause and thanks to our panel for some great stories. Outstanding. We're going to open it up to Q&A now. Right now, what we want to do is we want to limit it to 1 question per person so we can gain as many people in questions as possible. So let's see the hands and let's get started right here in the front.
hugely changed our lives. Being selected into the astronaut office was a life-changing event for sure. I wouldn't be sitting right here on this panel if that hadn't happened. Going EVA, I mean, it's great flying space, but I think you would agree that nothing tops going outside. It's just a magnificent. I couldn't put it into words for 6 months after I came back from STS 82. What it is like, reasonable words. Oh, it's great. It's cool. No, those aren't words. Those are just fluff of what it is like to go outside and then to work on the Hubble Space Telescope. Now, we are certified huggers. I forgot my little button, but we have hugger buttons, and we love that telescope. And if it does get deorbited, I will cry.
Well, it will deorbit. It has no propulsion.
Well, you got to
I should
go
have
up there and park it somewhere.
Yeah, let me just.
You put that adapter on there.
Yep. Yeah. So the soft capture mechanism is basically a docking system at the bottom of Hubble. So we could go up there. Right now, everything is working. It's amazing because it's been 16 years since the last servicing mission,
RSUs,
and we only gave a 5-year warranty, labor included. But that was the expectation: is 5 more years. Here we are at 16, and I talked to one of the engineers last week, and he said, right now looks like there's no limit to Hubble's lifetime other than the slow spiral into the atmosphere, such that Hubble should go another 10 years without us having to do anything. And the budget for Hubble, just for comparison, right now is about $93 million a year.
Michael, let's go ahead and put this question on you. How has working on Hubble changed your life and your perceptions?
Again, just seeing and standing next to Hubble was amazing. But again, I think it was more the people. You look at the dedication of all those people over all those years. And then, because we were supposed to fly in 86, and then, of course, the Challenger accident, we had to delay it. So here's another, 4 years or so.
Would it have been ready?
Well, good question. Good question. Would it have been ready? That's a good question. I know some of the servicing hardware we were working on probably wouldn't have been ready for the first mission. But I think that was the main thing was, see these people spend sometime over a decade, one mission. To me, that's what really hit home was you could see it in their eyes that this is their baby. This is their little kid, and you want to take care of their little baby.
Yeah.
That was, I guess, the main thing. For me was just the satisfaction knowing that we took care of their baby for them. Got it in space.
Outstanding. Let's take another question right over there. Yes, sir.
I'd like to do I think I said that last night. I like to work on things and cars and things like that. A lot of the fasteners on Hubble and most of them on the station are 7/16ths. And because of all that time, 1,000 hours underwater looking at 7/16ths, I always pick the wrong socket out of my, because 7/16ths can't possibly be that small. It'd look bigger. So yeah, good point.
Take another question right here, young man.
We did not have taps, because of the contamination concern. And, cross-threading is a big worry. More so is stripping out a head. And we trained, very carefully that, for instance, if you had a tool steel hex, you were putting into a hex cap screw, that you would want to, with the big power tool, you would want to insert that hex and verify that you're in before you pull the trigger on the power tool. And talking about experience and one mission to the next. When I was up on my last mission to Hubble in 2009, Joe Tanner was at the console, the EVA console, with a headset on, watching us as an experienced Hubble hugger in case we ran into problems. And on the fourth spacewalk, Mike Massimino, many of you have heard of him, was not so careful in putting that hex in, stripped out 3 of 4 bolts on a handrail he was removing. And the last one that got stripped was the last bolt. Fortunately, the others came out, but that handrail was stuck. So that was kind of a big problem for about 4 hours. We tried to solve that until, it's a longer story, but the ground said,
Just break it.
with 30, they said with 30 pounds of force at the top, you can fracture that bolt in tension. Do you think Mass can do that? I said, I think he could do a lot more than that at this point.
It's still a gut thumper listening to that story about that handhold
Yep.
coming off. Right over here, yeah.
Yep. So actually over the last couple of years, there's been work done at SpaceX and at NASA on the possibility of using a SpaceX Dragon to go up underneath Hubble and giving it a reboost, which would be great. If we were to reboost Hubble 50 kilometers, it would give it another 20 or 30 years of lifetime, just the reboost. And then maybe putting on a new radio on the outside with some star trackers that would also allow it to operate effectively without any gyros. Now, it turns out Hubble can still operate now, could operate today with no gyros. 3 of the 6 have failed already. But both on the NASA side and on the SpaceX side, the proposal that was made just wasn't viable. It could be made viable, and we could use the station for test flights. That's not the direction that SpaceX wants to go. SpaceX is really focusing everything on Starship. So to spend money and engineering to modify a Dragon, in the end, that wasn't the direction they wanted to go. Now, interestingly, the person who wanted to fund that mission, who's a current Floridian, Jared Isaacman, is the nominee to be NASA administrator. So we know he's a fan of Hubble, so I'm optimistic about that.
Let's go over here. Yes, sir.
Yep. So roughly speaking, from day to night side, there's a few hundred degrees Fahrenheit difference. And so when you're in the shade side of the Earth, it's very, very cold, and the Hubble cools off pretty quickly on the outside. During the day side, it's a couple hundred degrees Fahrenheit in the sun. You can bask in the warmth. But because of the cold, we actually had heaters, little electrical foil heaters in the tips of the fingers. And on the earlier missions, you would turn them on and off day and night. And then the batteries improved enough that by the 4th mission, you'd just turn them on when you went out spacewalking and leave them on the whole time.
Yeah, I think we were the first flight to actually use the glove heaters with batteries on the cuff. Later on, they were wired into the Bliss battery. And batteries on the cuff were stronger, John. And you pull that on and you get to the point, you don't notice it, and then all of a sudden you see, wow, the fingertips are killing me. And oh yeah, the glove heaters are on.
Yep, and we had those same ones.
We used
on
on the 103, yeah. Well, we used them a lot because and your toes got cold too. Now, when we were working the large instruments with the big doors open, you couldn't have the sun go in there, so we always maneuvered so that the sun was when the doors were open, they were shaded by the telescope. The sun was on the other side of the telescope. So you didn't have to worry about getting too hot. It's more about getting cold.
I'll tell one quick story, which is, one of my things is to go to the safety data reviews for the payload. That's where folks would come up from Kennedy, they'd come from Goddard, we'd all converge on some little terrible building in Houston outside the Johnson Space Center, and we'd go over just reams and reams of drawings and safety analysis. And the biggest one is, I think, the Phase 4 safety data review, if I remember correctly. And during that review, one of the thermal engineers from Johnson Space Center said, during EVA-1, for the installation of the Wide Field Camera 3 into Hubble, this particular handrail is going to get significantly colder than the limits set out in NASA standard 3000 EVA temperature limits. And I said, oh, come on. How well do you know that? And they said, well, our analysis is pretty good these days. And he said, we need to, he said he's squawking it, and we're going to need to change the orientation of the orbiter or the timing or something like that. And being kind of a wise guy, I thought, okay, well, that's going to be me, and my left hand is going to be on that handrail. So I said, how about this? Without having to change the mission plan, because that late in the game, that's actually a hard thing to do, perturbative, said, that's going to be my hand. What if I promise that if my hand gets cold, I will move it? And he goes, oh, well, that works. But that's not the funny part. The funny part is that we had trouble getting the old instrument out, Wide Field Camera 2. And it took, I don't know how long, another 40 minutes or so?
Yeah.
It took about another 40 minutes to get it out because I had to go down and get that extra torque limiter. And then we had to take the torque limiter off, and Drew had to turn that bolt without any torque protection. There's an interesting story in itself. Come back to the fourth series. But so I was hanging there, not standing there, I was hanging there. You'll see a picture. After a while, I thought, because we have the glove heaters on all the time then, wow, my hand is getting really cold. That guy was right. And so, I moved it, and that was the end of it. But afterwards, during the debrief, I found the guy, and I said, you were absolutely right on. It was way too cold.
We got time for a couple more questions. Let's go right here.
Hopefully. Yeah, the doors have to open because the radiators are on the doors, the inside of the doors. And radiators are used to cool the inside of the vehicle. Without them, we would overheat real fast.
Okay, let's take the last question right back there.
Want me to take a Kennedy one? I'll take a Kennedy one.
Go ahead.
I could tell you about one we did at Kennedy. There was a tradition that after the launch, we'd eat beans. Remember the beans? You hear about the bean story? So we go out and have cornbread and beans. It was done, I guess, a long time ago. Somebody's wife brought it.
Gemini,
Yeah.
sir, back in Gemini.
In Gemini. And so that's a tradition continued all the way through the shuttle program. So that was a tradition. We had a good launch. We always went and had cornbread and beans after the launch. The whole launch team, the people who were in the LCC for that launch, yeah.
The crew after suit up, they timed the suit up pressure checks and such so that there would be some downtime before the clock said you got to go to the Astrovan. And so the crew would play a card game called Possum's Fargo. I don't know the rules. I can't remember them. But the commander had to lose. Now, Eileen, you still here? Yeah. You can talk about that probably more than I, because she had to lose on her commanding missions.
You know,
But we did not pee on any tires, if that's what you're getting at.
Yeah, there's a few other oddball traditions. You know, for first-time flyers, when they get to the Astrovan, at least for the commanders I had, they would ask the rookies, well, where's your boarding pass? You know, you were supposed to pick that up beforehand.
Well, I think this has been a great lead-off to our day of saluting the Hubble Space Telescope and the men and women who worked on it, both on the ground and up in orbit. And we'd like to thank our panel today, Mike Haddad, Joe Tanner, and John Grunsfeld.
Thank you.
And our next panel is scheduled for 11:30, and that will be with Martin McClellan on keeping the Hubble clean. So be sure to join us. Do you have something, Mark?
Thanks again, guys.
Okay, Mark.
Thank you guys a lot. Very good, very good, very good. This is really made possible by Mikey and his level 4 guys. Scott Vongen's in here, I think, too. Scott, are you in here? Yeah, there he is right there. When Mikey came on the show, Stay Curious, I asked him 2 things. I said, 1, you're a grown man. You want to be called Mikey? And he says, well, there's six Michaels that I work with. So we had a Mike, and I said, I'll be Mikey. So he's a great guy. And yeah, exactly. And he's really been responsible the last 2 years for getting some fabulous astronauts on these panels that are his friends. Last year we had, we brought J.D. Bartow. The year before that, last year was, who? Oh, anyway, and Bob Cabana came on board here at the last minute. And Bob Cabana, in fact, today is receiving the Minnesota Aviation Hall of Fame Award from his home state. I believe he's from St. Paul, I think in there. So Bob Cabana wanted to be here, but just to crash it and hang out with you. And we've got about a half a dozen local astronauts around here. Before we get Martin up here, if you all need to take a break, that's fine. I'm just going to reiterate, there'll be a lunch food truck out there. And there is also food in the here at the hotel. The tent, we'll have the tent up and running tonight. Okay, there'll be a cash bar. Get some cash somewhere. They don't want to do a credit card code out there. Door prizes, your VAB pass has your number of your door prize on there. That's why we put it on your tag there. And I'm going to give Jim Tulley some time before lunch to tell you about the Space Workers Hall of Honor that you should be part of if you're a space worker. So come back here, take a short break, and we'll get kicked off about 11:30. And we have a silent auction over here to look at.
Is cleanliness. Very, very big part of the job, as you've heard from Mikey Haddad and the guys earlier. Today, we want to speak to Martin McClellan. We want to hear from Martin. He served as a test project engineer with the United Space Alliance from 1998 through 2011, and he performed a wide array of integration and engineering tasks for the Space Shuttle, as well as support for daily testing and verification. Now, as a contamination control engineer for Perkins, Elmer, and Danbury, he was deeply involved in the processing of the Hubble Space Telescope. He now works for Via Space, and he is responsible for developing launch operations procedures and launch team training for the Via Dauntless launch vehicle. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our special guest today, Martin McClellan.
Thank you, Nick. Can everybody hear me? Yeah, and seeing as I was not an astronaut, I got a little intro here. From 1983 to 1986, I was the contamination control engineer for the optical telescope assembly of the Hubble Space Telescope. Perkins Elmer didn't do spacecraft. Lockheed does. So I worked on the OTA, and then I got to be the other side of that, because after Challenger, it both put me out of a job and then got me a job. I became contamination control engineer for the Space Shuttle Orbiter. And there's a gentleman in this room that knows that very well. And then from 1998 to 2011, July 22nd, 2011, how do you remember that so well? That's the day after the last shuttle landed. So, and now I work for Viaspace. I'm their subject matter expert for launch operations. I'll be training the launch team and also putting the procedures together for the launch of Dauntless. Next slide, please. Oh, it's me. Phase 1, 1983 to 1986. Hubble Space Telescope. It is a Ritchie-Chrétien type Cassegrain telescope. And we were developing the fine guidance system as well as the base optical telescope assembly. So we were preparing 3 fine guidance systems. And the fine guidance system was class 100. And it was in a building. It wasn't a specially designed clean room area. It was within a clean room that had been class 100,000, and that's the number of particles per square foot or per cubic foot over a certain period of time. And basically, they would measure them from 0.5 microns and above. So it was certain classes of cleanliness for clean rooms. The larger the number, the least clean it is. So the fine guidance system had to be class 100. The optical telescope assembly with the primary mirror was kept at class 10,000, which was within a tented area, and outside that tented area was class 100,000. When I first got there at Hubble, I was fresh out of school, and they brought me in, and they threw me into the deep end. And within a week, I was giving a class on contamination control for the optical telescope assembly. And the techs were there, and they said, "We've done this before. You can't tell us anything." And I went, "Okay. What do you think you've done?" "Well, we did Copernicus." I says, "I know that." I says, "You haven't done this before." And they argued with me, except that I had an optical engineer back in the corner also having to take the class. And I said, "It's this many times more sensitive than the one you did." And all of a sudden, I realized it was the optical engineer that was there, because all the techs swiveled their head to the back left corner. And the optical engineer just looked at him and went, "This was 27 times more sensitive than they'd done before." And as a matter of fact, a juicy one of those, a nice, good, juicy thumbprint, if you spread it evenly across the primary mirror, you're going to lose it. You're going to violate the vacuum ultraviolet degradation allowable over what was proposed to be the 15-year lifespan of Hubble Space Telescope. So that's them polishing it. And as everybody knows now in retrospect, it was not ground perfectly correct. 2 microns too flat. So, but that's because their corrector was assembled improperly. And they did another test with, they had taken it apart and put the corrector in so that they could do the test. And they got the same result. Well, it was assembled improperly the same way. That's after it's coated. Now you have to be in clean room, because anything that gets loose ends up on the surface of the primary mirror. And I've got a story about that one. Because it spent 4 years inside a class 10,000 clean room. There's still particle fallout during that time. It's a lot less than if we'd put it in a room like this. And like Mike had said before, eyelashes, eyebrows, hair, mustache hair, beard hair. Not a good thing to put onto the telescope. In the clean rooms, we had witness plates like they had witness plates for those certain areas of the PCR. And we would rinse them and do both particle counts and NVR, non-volatile residue. And so we would keep a tab on that. But through 4 years of being in a class 10,000 clean room, guess what? Particles still fell out on it. So there's something that's probably generally not in the public mind, and I probably wouldn't have said this right after, but we ended up actually inverting the primary mirror, and we did a dynamic study before we did it, but we ended up vacuuming the surface of the primary mirror off just prior to integration. In terms of, believe it or not, especially at that time, I was kind of on the shy side and avoided the photographs. So I didn't want to get caught in the video or on the photographs. And I knew I got caught once. So I figured I was probably pretty safe. And then I found out that that photo was part of the press package. That one actually ended up in a book, and yes, I'm there somewhere. Fortunately, they did not put the names at the bottom of, oh, who's all in here. They didn't go to that extent. This is just a press release. And in case you didn't guess, I'm the one with the glasses. And this was during the integration of the metering truss over the optical telescope assembly. Integrated optical telescope assembly. When we got it all done, well, they wanted to give the teams, the families of the teams, of the people that have worked on it, a nice look at the optical telescope assembly. So they moved the class 100,000 door, there was an overhead door, up, and they put Kevlar barrier and just brought it down so you could look at it, and they would bring it outside into the class 100,000 area and let everybody walk through what was called gross cleaning to look at it. And one of the principal engineers looked at me and he says, "You look awful nervous." And he says, "You're right, I am." He says, "What?" I said, "Well, I know they did a pretty good job of cleaning up gross cleaning, but this is not good to have this door open that long, intermixing class 300,000 air with class 100,000 air." And he said, "Well, what are you worried about? It's positive pressure." And I asked him, "Did you ever go into that clean room from the bottom door down here?" Because there was 2 ways into that clean room. And he said, "Yeah." I says, "Have you ever looked at the little gauge that's off to your right when you open the personnel door to walk in?" He goes, "No." I says, "It goes to 0 delta P." So it was a total mix going on. This was a 30-year experienced principal engineer. So unless they think about it in those ways, they may not understand that there's a mix going there. There's a lot of cables on this. And when I had been there all of a year and a half, so yeah, I'm a new, relatively rookie engineer. I walk into work, turn the corner, and my director shouts at me and says, "Go home." Well, I'd been late that day, And I thought maybe it was a disciplinary thing. But I said, I called in and said that my car wasn't working, but that I'd probably make it here at 10 o'clock. And it was 10 after 10. And I said, so is it this? And he said, no. He says, what? You're going down to Huntsville. Why? Because you're the expert. Went home and packed. Me and my wife had a good laugh. I got down there and had a good cry because they were right. And the situation is that the technician that was preparing the cables for thermal vacuum bakeout, which we had to do to qualify them to fly in space, was actually altering the configuration of the cables because we had used a shrink tubing that he knew, as a good technician, was incompatible with liquid oxygen. And then he was cleaning the cables with a nylon glove on and putting his hand in Freon TF. Freon, as he wiped all the way down the cable, will take all of your hand oils and distribute it throughout. The reason I had got sent down there is because they had calculated that the thermal vacuum bakeout would take 24 hours. And when they sent me, the cables had already been in for 36 hours, and they weren't done yet. I got to him just as he was getting ready to finish the second set of cables. And I think we had like 6 sets that had to go through the thermal vacuum bakeout. And he was doing that, and I called him and I said, no. And I said, why are you cutting the shrink tubing off? And he said, well, it's incompatible with locks. And I said, if these cables ever see locks, it's already been a very, very bad day, especially for the shuttle. So I got him to not alter any of the others, and I set him up with a different cleaning process. And we got those cables in within about a half an hour into the thermal vacuum bakeout chamber. And I said, the 2 sets, the one that's in there and this other set, you're going to have to send back to Perk and Elmer to get them refurbed and put in right. And I came in the next morning, and they looked at me and they said, go home. I said, why? He says, well, the set that you gave us last night, he says, yeah, they're done. So it only took 12 hours for that set. But these are all the types of things that you have to consider and look at. There's a lot of detail. And contamination control, sorry to disillusion a lot of you people, but it's not a glorified janitor position. It's systems engineering, because you have to know what is each system doing to every other system as to how it gets cleaned and how it's there. Now, as I said, Challenger accident put me out of a job, then it got me a job. So I was on the other side of it as well when we launched it in 1990, which helped with the fact because I knew how sensitive Hubble was and the cleanliness that we had to meet, both in the payload bay and in our clean rooms. Frankly, the payload changeout room was a very noisy but very excellent clean room. The usual level of delta pressure is 0.1 millimeters of mercury for a class 100,000 clean room. The highest legal delta P you can have is 0.5, because you're going to deafen everybody inside the clean room if it's that high. Just to give you an idea, the PCR characteristically operated at 0.35. It was stated as a class 100,000 clean room, but often it operated as a class 10,000 clean room. So it was better than it absolutely had to be. So we had to clean that one to what we called highly sensitive. which was we essentially solvent wiped the entire payload bay. And then we would vacuum it with a HEPA filtered vacuum cleaner. 0.5 microns and higher was filtered out in terms of the particles. And then it had to be inspected with what they said 200 foot candles with it held 1 foot away, and you don't see any particles. Because, as I said, those particles, which is why we ended up, when we found the primary mirror with a lot of particles, that's why we vacuumed it. Or that would have been another problem in the process. We probably could have gotten away with building the Hubble Space Telescope in the parking lot on a calm day if it was all built in one day. But that's not the case, obviously. And as was discussed by Mikey, the payload ground handling mechanism that would pull it into the PCR so that it could then be mated up with the launch vehicle and close those doors. And I believe, if I remember correctly, it launched from pad 39B in 1990. And that one you've seen before. That's a Hubble ready to launch on STS-31. And Steve Hawley was on that. I know of him. I've met some of the astronauts, not all of them. And that's the thing is you had to watch for other sources. Like Mike said, there were places within the PCR that could be like sneak paths and things like that. And you had to check those areas. They had to purge those areas. And if it's that sensitive, or as I said, a juicy thumbprint across the primary mirror was just short of 9 foot. It's 94-inch primary mirror. Now, if they had discovered it or acknowledged the problem with the primary mirror, it could have been fixed. Primary mirror would have taken years. Yeah, you don't have to regrind the primary mirror. They could have done one that would have probably taken 6 months to a year. And as we know, hindsight, it wouldn't have mattered, would it? Because it was held for 3 years before it was launched. They could have done the secondary mirror, and that would have been a shorter program. But CoStar worked, and then everybody ground knew exactly what the error was after CoStar. And all the instruments now are ground in such a way as to correct for the primary mirror. So that's how that goes. And that was a happy day for me to see it deployed until I found out, oops. With that. And there's an interesting little getting it into the payload bay story there. We were supposed to have 1 foot space on each side. The length of a Hubble versus the length of the payload bay to where the fixture, mounting fixture for the Hubble was. We didn't have a foot up front. What they had not accounted for was the door, which is 4 inches. So we had 8-inch space instead of a foot. I'm glad the door wasn't a foot thick. And questions?
Yeah, let's go ahead and open it up for questions. One per person, right over here.
Well, that's called don't assume any job you have is too little or too lowly. When I was in Western State College, Western Connecticut University, State College University, I was a security guard, second shift. Go to school, first shift. Where else can you get paid $7 an hour to do your homework? Wait a minute, you have to do rounds. Yeah, you have to do 15-minute rounds around the building to make sure it's right. And then you get to study the other 45. You don't want to study 6 hours in a row. You're going to get up, you're going to take a drink or something, so that worked out perfectly. Well, I happened to be assigned to the Ridgefield building of Perkins Elmer. And that's where the design team for the optical telescope assembly was. And so I would be questioned, I'd talk to the guys and that. And in time, I moved from that and I went up to Wesleyan University to start a master's in astronomy. About 2/3 the way through that, my child population doubled and I had to go get this thing called a real job. These children things, they expect, food, clothes, roof over the head, toys, that type of stuff. So I applied when Perkins Elmer was in a big hiring process. And I had actually gone in, I was picking up my wife, because she was still security, but up at where we were building the telescope. And the HR person came out and said, well, we haven't written the letter and sent it to you yet, but I have to inform you, unfortunately, that you don't have any skills that we can use. About 5 minutes after that, a guy that I knew that had been down at Ridgefield walks through the building. I said, hi, Jack, how you doing? And he said, good, how you doing? I said, good. I says, well, you really want to know? And he goes, yes. I says, lousy. He said, why? And I told him what the HR person had said, and said, he just looked at me like I was from Mars, because he knew what my background in general was, school-wise. And he says, give me all your particulars exactly as they are. 1 week later, he calls me. He says, I hate to admit it, but I misplaced the information you give me. Could you give it to me again? And he did. 1 week after that, I find out, this after I get hired, that my future boss walked into his office and said, I've been thinking about putting a quality guy in your organization. And Jack goes, oh, really? Here. And hands him my resume and my application. And then he takes it and he looks at it and he goes, wait a minute. He says, wasn't this guy a security guard down at Ridgefield? He goes, yeah. Always used to carry a lot of math books around. Yeah. He says, nuts about astronomy. He says, yeah, that's him. Where is he? I've been looking for him for a year. HR doesn't always know. So that's how I ended up. I had an astronomy background, and that's why I was also able to tell the techs, you haven't done this before, because I had the astronomy background as well as the rest of it. Yeah,
Let's take another
Terry.
question right over here. Terry.
And yep. This is not good.
Let's go.
And it really, if I may make a comment on that, it really is a testament to the team that did it. I mean, I knew what the requirements needed to be, but I worked with those guys. I worked with the thing, and I kept Terry's crew honest, but he kept me honest also in terms of what was going on and what, if any, difficulties there were that we needed to work on.
We got time for a couple more questions. Let's go right over here.
That the grinding and all that process was about 6 months long. And the coding and that was a much touchier type situation, because once they had to kind of, there's your rehearsal, like with what the astronauts had to do in order to change out the instruments and that type of stuff. You have to rehearse it over and over and over again before you go and you do that code. Make sure you've got it down right.
Let's go ahead and take one more right over here. Yes, sir.
I had two nicknames out there. The first one obviously was Mr. Clean. The second one, because of some issues on the Hubble, on the shuttle orbiter, at one time we had a hydraulic oil spill into a certain area of it in the payload, in the OPF, Orbiter Processing Facility, by the way. Yes, unfortunately I speak acronym. But there was a hydraulic spill, and the structures engineer said, well, it can't get from the Elevon Cove into the wing because it's sealed. And I took that as likely true, because the Elevon Cove isn't big enough for a person to get into. Can't go there. The wing, you don't stand up, but the wing you could get into, and I had been in there. Second day, they said, well, we don't know how, but we know somebody said that there's hydraulic fluid in the wing, but it can't get to the payload bay because it's sealed. And I go, excuse me, because he was the structures engineer and I was just the contamination guy. He says, excuse me, why are you saying that? And he says, well, because it's a honeycomb. And the structure was, if you looked at it two-dimensionally, it was a honeycomb. And so it would fill up to this point, so it can't get to the payload bay because the volume's taken up by what we spilled. And I said, does your drawing have a side view? And he said no. And then one of the flow guys, one of the flow managers, told me, Martin, he's the structures engineer. You can go look, but you won't find a tablespoon. I went immediately and looked. And the reason I looked is because when you're in the wing, you notice that there's this cutout that goes straight down the dihedral. So it went straight into the payload bay. And I would come back out the next day, and the flow manager said, did you find a tablespoon? I said, nope. And he went, see, I said, I found 3 quarts. And he went, what? I said, it's already being cleaned up. How? I says, it had a cutout down the dihedral. That's why I was asking him. He said, okay. Well, after that, he started calling me Dr. Dirt.
Well, we want to take this opportunity to thank Martin McClellan for his time with us today. He is highly reflective of the professionalism and dedication of the entire team, and we thank you for that, Martin, very much. We are going to endeavor to take a break now, and I think I'm going to turn it over to the boss here to do a little cleanup here for us. Mark?
Thank you. Hope you enjoyed this morning already, huh? Learned a few things you didn't know about. Some great people. Thank you, Martin. His Via Space, not his Via Space, but he's worked for it for 10 years, or maybe 12. 10 now. Did you talk about that? A little bit. Yeah, and so great partners with we're building a partnership. As soon as you start orbiting stuff, it'll be even better. I know that, but I've been out to some of their facilities. It's amazing how they're using plastic to not only make fuel, but you can change the thrust of it. What's the word you? Yeah, throttleable solid rocket booster. All right. And I think that you had a big test with the DOD and stuff. They're very interested in that. Martin, thanks for being a good friend of the museum and all. And yes, sir. Join out there. All right, we're going to take a 90-minute break because we want you to have some fellowship, buy some food. If you're a food truck person, you can pre-order right now, streetfoodfinder.com, and we have Simple Life food out there. Simple Life food, make it shorter. They've got some food here. You got enough time to go to a few places to get within reason. Just Google your Google map. So we had a good time here. I want just remind you, we got photographing the Hubble at 1:30, spacewalking the Hubble at 2:45. Then I'm going to end the day with the other Hubble, the other space telescope you don't know about, okay? And then autograph session from 4:15 to 6:15. The happy hour tent will be open over there, and there's a cash bar only, so get some cash. And there's a VIP hour on the 5th floor room, and you'll know if you're VIP if you've been asked by me to attend. It's basically donors over $500 and our volunteers and other people like putting this on today. So don't feel left. If you feel left out, we can take check or cash. All right, but it's a way to honor our big sponsors on there. We'll have music by Little Anthony, or Little Cowboy. Little City Cowboy Anthony's pretty good, and he was at the museum last night. So, and then tonight, the movie, Artist and the Astronaut, going to be played here. Popcorn will be served, and when we clear the room out here kind of quickly, they need to do a test on to bring in some of the principles of this, including Jerry Carr's son, whose first name escapes me, but he's the PAO. Jeff Carr is very, very well known. He'll be live on there. So, and we've got, just come to me with questions if you got. But I want to end with something that's important. We call our space workers national treasures. And this man, Jim Tulley, has been with the museum a long, long time. Jim is the sole person that is managing the Space Workers Hall of Honor. And it's just basically your bio on a beautiful place that your family and friends can be gone to about your dedication to America's space program. Jim, tell them some more details there. He'll be over here in the booth, at least today.
Thanks, Mark. I'll be brief. I don't want to stand between you and lunch. But as Mark said, we have a Space Worker Hall of Honor. It is not a Hall of Fame. You don't have to be nominated as the astronauts do for their Hall of Fame. All you have to do is sign up, and it's perfectly free. However, it was inspired by the astronauts because as a space worker out there for 25 years, we always looked forward to the astronauts coming out and talking to the troops. And I can tell you just about every talk I ever went to always started out with something like, yeah, we get to go in space, we get all the glory and get all to do all the neat stuff, but we know we couldn't do it without you space workers. And you could look in these folks' eyes and you could pretty much tell they were sincere about what they were saying. They knew their lives depended on how well we processed those orbiters. And so that was an inspiration for us to want to do something to honor all of America's space workers. I've been told upwards of 400,000 worked during the Apollo program. I don't know how many worked in the shuttle program, but there were a lot. And so we put together a website where every single space worker can have his or her own personal page. We don't take any personal information. All we need is an ID and a password and a email address. And you can have your own how many current or former space workers do we have in the room here? We got a few. Good. How many children of current or former space workers do we have? We've been getting a lot of requests like that lately, that some of the children of space workers see this as a way to honor their parents and what they did for America's space program. So we're trying to keep this going. How many of you out here have bought plaques out at the monuments? Just a couple. Well, if you've bought a plaque, you're in our database. You may not know it, but you have a page already because we use that as our starting database. So, but minimal information because the only information we have was on the application for the plaque. So if you have a plaque out there, you might want to go to spacehonors.org. I've got a bunch of cards like this over there at the table, and I'll hang out during lunch. And anybody wants more information can come and see me. But if you've got a plaque, you're in it, but you might want to go in, and you can do what we call claim the page. When you claim the page, then it becomes yours to edit as however you want. And the last thing I'll say is we got a really neat result out of doing this. So the original intent was just to honor all these space workers, but we put a comments section on the page, and some people have been writing in some really amazing comments about what they did while they worked out there processing or doing anything in the space program. And so it turns out we're not just honoring space workers, but we're actually collecting history. And we're collecting history from the ground floor level, not from the top, which makes it even neater. We're getting first-line stories from the people who actually turned the wrenches and ran the wires and did the work out there on those space vehicles. So, like I said, I'll hang out at the table there during lunch, and if you want more information, feel free to come over and chat with me.
Thank you, Jim. And if Jim's not here, we'll have the cards, which reminds me, we lost a really good NASA person, Mr. Jim Harrington, in December, and his wake was in February, and the family asked me to help with that, and they used, Jim Harrington's, one of the most extensive on this page. He wrote his Wikipedia biography on this, and Jim Harrington launched about 15 shuttles. He was here at ShuttleFest 1 with Mike Leinbach and Bob Seek. They've launched the late Hugh Harris said 3/4 of all the human launches since all eternity is what Hugh said. Jim wrote extensively on there. He didn't have many pictures, but they used some of these quips of him meeting movie stars and things like that. It was just a really cool thing. So check him out, and God bless him and his family. He's really a good guy. Jim Harrington was responsible for how to land the shuttle, where to land it, and how to get it back to Kennedy Space Center. That was his task that Bob Seek and Jay Honeycutt gave him to put all this thing together. And think about that. And then the third, out in California and bringing it back to here on that, everything. So his third one, it landed in New Mexico. And that took 50 railroad cars and quite a lot of ingenuity, and Jim engineered that, and I miss him. We have him on our Stay Curious podcast there. So Jim Tulley, thank you. He does a lot of great things for our museum, and I always got to say he's former mayor of Titusville, so I know that he's proud of how this hotel is here on the outskirts and how the city's developed here. So thank you all. Have a good lunch. We'll see you at 1:30 talking about photographing the Hubble with Tom Usciak leading that and a host of other characters.
Our favorite or most beautiful images of that telescope, and we've got the privilege of meeting some of the folks intimately involved with that, starting with Mark and Tom Usciak. Mark and Tom have 5 decades as a team photographing launches for Apollo, Skylab, and 64 space shuttle launches, as well as numerous unmanned vehicles. Their work has appeared in nearly every major aerospace magazine, as well as websites and television stations. They've also won awards for their photos from the Aviation and Space Writers Association, as well as multiple wins in the Aviation Week photography contests. And they're also frequent guests on the podcast Stay Curious for the American Space Museum. Carlton Bailie is a well-known photojournalist. He has been the official launch photographer for McDonnell Douglas, Boeing, United Launch Alliance. He has worked with Aviation Week from 1987 until the present. I think he's covered some, 800 launches now?
Close to it, yeah.
Our first contact was with the rollover of Discovery for STS-26. We go back 38 years to that day. And I remember the vehicle came out of the OPF and was getting ready to go to the VAB transfer aisle. And, we're all pumped up. This was my first experience with flight hardware and taking the pictures. And all of a sudden, a voice behind me says, "You want your picture taken?" And I turn around, it's Carlton. I give him my camera. He takes a picture of me with the orbiter in the background. And we go back to the taking the pictures to the VAB, and we get to the transfer aisle, and I shoot my last frame of film. And all of a sudden, Manny Verrata tells us we're going into the transfer aisle, and that surprised all of us. We didn't think that was going to happen. And Carlton's right beside me. I said, "Man," I said, "wouldn't you know it, I just ran out of film." He says, "Here, take this." And he gave me a roll of black and white film, and I shot some of the nicest black and white film in my life. And so, we think about the individual human kindnesses that we meet along the way during this program, and that's just two of them for me, and it's just a pleasure. And we caught up last night and told some stories that just warmed my heart looking back at those
I don't know
days.
if you look at that as a plus or a minus, but I would do it in a heartbeat again.
There you go. Now, Jim Neihouse is an American cinematographer who's been involved with many of the most memorable and successful IMAX 2D and 3D films. He is also responsible for having trained the astronauts to use the IMAX hardware and the camera. He would come to the IMAX theater at the Visitor Center for service calls, which could run well into the wee hours of the morning. And I remember those big, what were they, 5-foot platters for the film? Yeah, and I picked up quite a few of those from
150
time
pounds of
to
film.
time.
Yeah.
But Jim has had the pleasure, as I say, of training the astronauts, and I can remember back in the day of saying to myself, "Man, wouldn't that be a great job to have, spending each day with the astronauts?" And all of a sudden, here I am. So, Jim, it is an honor to have you with us, and we thank you for your work, both in the training and in the cinematographer area. It's been
Thank you very
magnificent.
much.
So, guys, with that, let's turn it over to you, and why don't you tell us about photographing the Hubble Space Telescope?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Can you all hear me? Good. What we're going to do here this afternoon is show you here with pictures and video clips how the media, news media, covered the launch and preparations for the Hubble Space Telescope, STS-31. And we're going to start here with some pictures of it from Carelton that were in the processing facility here at KSC, and then we're going to segue into the week of launch, with all the activities that the press were involved in throughout that week, and we're going to wrap it up. Our part of it here with the still photos, we're going to wrap up with the landing at Edwards. They weren't coming back to Kennedy yet, so soon after the Challenger accident that they were still coming back to Edwards. So we'll begin here with Carelton, and he'll explain some of his photos in the processing facility.
All right, this is, you're thinking back of everything I've seen and all the payloads. I think I take a lot of it for granted. And just for people that I know that have seen it fly overhead was just like some kind of experience that, well, I got to see it in person. I believe this was years and years ago when I was young, but I believe this was in the O&C while they were processing it horizontally. Most payloads, they actually let us get into the clean room. We'd put bunny suits on and hairnets and masks and everything. The Hubble was inside the clean room, and we had to shoot it through a window. So most of the pictures are going to look fairly similar, because when you're seeing a payload after 5 minutes, if it doesn't get up and fly around the room, it's not going to look any different. So through the window, you'd go from one end to the other in the middle, and then I started just focusing on individual parts that we went back to look up, and we only got to see the one side, but we got to see it. This is just, a close-up of those are the panels that they opened up to work on with the red tape.
Yeah, we can see you in the shot there.
Oh, can you?
Yeah.
Yep,
Oh.
yep.
My Hubble
You were
selfie.
wearing a blue shirt.
So, and you see you can see the door flap, kitty flap, as it were, that would open up in space. The antennas, I don't know if they're on some of the pictures, you can actually see the grasp where the arm would grab hold of it, lift it up out of the payload, and put it into space. Like I say, it's hard to get different shots when it's there behind glass, but and there's so many pictures, but they all look alike, but they're centered on different things that be too numerous to mention. And then we had the privilege when it went vertical, and it's all wrapped up in plastic, and I believe, I'm not sure whether this was still ONC or a high bay in another area, but they mounted it vertical so they could put it in the payload canister vertical, and then they would take the payload canister out to the pad. And again, we were behind windows for this one, so between the saran wrap, which I'm sure was space qualified saran wrap, and so yeah, I'll have some of that for sale tomorrow. I'll officially wrapped around the Hubble. I got to stop at Publix tonight. Again, you know, it's like after they finished, well, while they're processing the payload, they also had to process the orbiter, and this is when they, I believe they had switched to they used to, at first they were rolling them over on their tires, and I guess they decided the tire rolling wasn't a good idea, and so they built this contraption. I'm not sure exactly what they call. I know, but okay, OTV, good. And then they would lower in the transfer aisle of the VAB. They would lift the orbiter up, put it horizontal, and then just gently put it on the transporter, and then roll it over to the OPF to get everything ready to process it, to get ready to go to the pad. And then at the pad, it would be, of course, vertical, and that's where they would put the Hubble telescope in. Where the transporter hooked up to the hooks, again, being a photographer, we didn't write much, so we didn't have to know too much other than where to stand and what to look at. But back in the day, they would give us much more access to orbiters rolling out, rolling over, and we would be out there and the wings would actually roll over our heads. And again, I think I take my life for granted, having seen all this and not really thinking how many more people would have loved to have been there.
Now we're going to go to the actual week of launch, and one of the first things we have to do is get a photographer there. There's Mr. James Neihouse with his IMAX camera, getting ready to photograph the arrival of the crew. This is out at near the runway at the demate the base and the tarmac out there. That's.
I look a little bored. Red Huber shot a picture of me flying a helicopter out at the pads, and I've got a side mount camera, and you can see me sitting there and the helicopter pilot, and he gave me the picture and he said, "You're the only person in the world I know of that can fly over a $1.5 billion spacecraft and look totally bored out of your mind."
So when the cameras are all ready and the reporters and photographers are all lined up there fighting for a position, then the crew comes in their T-38s and greets the media. And in this case, sometimes each crew member would speak, and sometimes just the commander would make comments. This flight, each crew member got a chance to say a few words. So we start with Commander Lauren Shriver. Welcomed everyone and said you know, what they usually say, we're ready to go, the bird looks good, the weather looks good, let's go fly. And then pilot and future NASA administrator, Charlie Bolden.
Baby Charlie.
Bruce McCandless, mission specialist. Steve Hawley. Kathy Sullivan. And they all made very positive remarks and said how anxious they were to get up and get this big telescope on orbit. Then the husbands and wives who had passed quarantine got to greet each other there. They had a hat swap, which was funny. The wives had hats with their names on, and then the crew had standard Hubble Space Telescope caps on, and then when they arrived there, they switched. And you can Commander Shriver has his wife's hat on. She swapped with him, and Kathy is she's still wearing her Hubble hat.
This is the infamous dome, which is where all the press would hang out. It's no longer there. It's now just a regular square angular building. But this is where the media would get their instructions as far as if you're going on to set up remotes, or if you need to do an interview with somebody. This was kind of the place where everybody congregated and started their days as far as what their schedule had them do today. Yeah, the parking lot was always full of cars. This was one of the sites. We would go from the dome. We would board buses at the lower parking lot, and then they would take us out, the remote setup photographers. You'd already sign up. You'd be on a list. Tell you which bus to go on. The regular media or the pool media had their own separate van, and they would go out before regular media would. So they would get out, and then after they were out for a few minutes, we'd follow behind. So they didn't want all the buses stopping at the same site at the same time. 30 guys at one spot, and so they basically broke it up and made it easy to work. I mean, they had it down to a science. So this was just one of the locations you could shoot from.
Yeah, once you got out there on the buses, then if you wanted to go to different sites, I believe back in those days there were 4 active remote camera sites, and then they would have vans come out, and say you were at site 1 and wanted to go at site 2, but the guy beside you wanted to go to site 3 or 4 or whatever. Then you would hop in a van and they would take you to that site. And then when you were done, you would come back to the point there and get a bus back to the press site.
Occasionally there was a several-hour wait for a van because they were taking the important people around.
This is the official crew of remote photographers. Carlton, are you up in this shot too, Carlton?
Yeah. He took it.
I took the shot.
Oh, you took it? Okay.
I didn't want to show you guys up.
Bob Preston, striped shirt, blue jeans. He's one of the guys from up Pennsylvania where we're from. Steve Noley in the blue shirt.
Steve's with us here today. He's in the back there.
He's in the back. And then my brother and I putting weatherproof housings. The cameras basically had to stay out overnight. Set the cameras up, get them all lined up, compose, set the exposure. Steve was the gentleman that built our sound triggers. All the cameras were set off by sound. So we basically used a Radio Shack decibel meter, was basically the core of our thing, hooked in with some batteries and solenoids that Steve rigged together. So when it heard something louder than 90 decibels, it would close the circuit and the camera would just keep firing until it ran out of film.
Actually, Mark, you took this picture because Carlton is in the picture.
Yeah, Carlton's in the picture.
I thought so. I didn't know if I
Yeah.
had a big mustache back then. So this is my shot. So this is what one of the housings looks like, the whole setup. You got a real heavyweight tripod to keep the thing from bouncing around because of vibrations in the ground and all that stuff. We were using Hasselblad cameras with a 12 exposure magazine and variation of lenses from 80 up to 250 millimeter, depending on the location that we had set the camera up. So some of the location, they weren't all the same distance. Some of them were 900 feet back. Some of them were 1,500 feet back and at different angles around the pad. So you'd go out, see what site was what they were taking you to at that time, because each one of the sites could have been different depending on the time of the year. Sometimes it was flooded, sometimes it was dry as a bone. So if you go to one spot in October and May, it's underwater. So,
And when the launch window was,
yeah,
would drive it too.
yep.
But you'd be worried about where the smoke was going to go and
Yep.
smoke out your flight.
And basically that's what the camera saw. So you would look, that's the composition of the shot. So that was one of the views that camera would have taken at the time.
Yeah, very rarely did they move the rotating service structure back in the afternoon, and it just so happened that day for timing or whatever, they rolled it back while we were out setting up the cameras. So then they started bringing the media out, all the other people that weren't doing remotes, and then all of a sudden you had people setting up remotes and people just trying to take pictures, making noise around sound-activated cameras, and but it all worked out. There's plenty of room out there, but that's basically. So we got a chance to look at the orbiter, and the shot you'll see later, you'll see why it made it easier for us to line up one of the cameras that we used. Since the service structure was back, there was more of the orbiter and the boosters and that visible, and it made setting a shot up a lot easier.
That's the nighttime version. Another angle, camera a little bit further back along the beach. I think that's a beach road view. So that was, they would take us out. They would have nighttime photo ops where you would go out before sunset, and it varied on the mission too. Sometimes they had it, sometimes they didn't. A lot of it was weather dependent. If it was crappy weather, they weren't going to pull people out because you get lightning warnings and all that kind of stuff. So if everything worked out great, you could get some nice sunset shots and watch them turn the spotlights on. That's down to looking up, obviously, ramp shot. And again, this is just a nice view of the vehicle at night, as close as you can get. We were almost right outside the pad fence, which I guess is 600 feet back, I think, from the center line. So we were probably 800 feet back from the rocket at that time.
Well, launch day comes around finally, and after we're done scratching our mosquito bites from the night before out there, believe me, I'm not exaggerating. It comes launch day, and then the crew walks out of the O&C building and boards the van. Back in those days, they would just walk out and get right into the van. Toward the end of the program, if you remember, they would come out of the same building, down the same ramp, and then they would stand in front of the van before they boarded it for some last-minute photo shots where you could see the whole crew. Sometimes the crews came out together. It was easy photographing them coming down the ramp. Other times, one would come out, then another one would come out, and then two of them would come out together, and it was difficult, if not impossible, to get all four of them, or however many of them were in the crew. But this day, we managed to get them all.
There were times the commander would already be in the vehicle before the last one came out.
So this is the press site. Of course, the grandstand is gone. It's not there any longer. I think it was a victim of a hurricane. Is that right?
That's what I heard, yeah.
And
Old
but
age.
goes to show you the reporters are up in the stands there, and the photographers are on the hill or down by the water, spread out. It's a big field. You covered the launch from there. Carlton, there's one of yours. Why don't you talk a little about that one?
Well, this is kind of an unusual one, and you have to look close at it. At the time, Kodak had just introduced a new film called Ektar 25. It was 25 ASA, and it was unheard of to put anything under like 100 speed film out for day launches. And a lot of people would put 200 just for that extra contrast. And I said, no, I'm going to try Ektar 25. 25, no grain, no nothing. And even the AP and UP, they're like, you can't do that, you can't do that. I'm like, I can do anything I want to. And it's a daylight launch, so you would convert the regular film into a 25 ASA film, and I did it. And this is one of the series of, that was back when you only had 36 pictures. So this is toward the end, the last one before the tank went out of frame. But the lighting was so good and the picture was so crisp, you kind of got to get up to it close. You might be able to see it. The one window of the crew module there has got a white image in it, and that, I believe, is the pilot's helmet. That's how sharp this film was. Oddly enough, the next day launch, many people put Ektar 25 out.
That's yours from the press.
That was from the press site. So even when you're 3.5 miles away, you would feel it, and you'd feel your insides rumble. You'd hear the car alarms going off. You'd feel the power of it, and it was almost immediate. Seeing just the close-up of it leaving the pad is one thing, but to see it in its full glory, flaming and leaving a streak like that from far away, sometimes the distant pictures actually look better than the what I call the engineering technical shots. And you do something like this, and this is what I would call an artsy shot, because it's more, and that's another one from, this was down in, set up down in the swamp. This is another Ektar 25 process, and it was set up back then. It literally was a swamp back there. And when Tom says we got mosquitoes, they were tiger mosquitoes. You actually could see their eyes looking at you right before you came. So there's a little, it shows I like this one because the blue skies, and it's got the gray contrasting clouds. The exposure maybe made the white clouds a little bit darker than they would, but I would always try to do the technical kind of shots that the magazine wanted, because I wanted to sell something. But my second instinct was, well, if nobody buys it, I want it to look good on my wall. So I never just settled for anything. Mostly if I saw where Red Huber from the Orlando Sentinel and Mike Brown from Florida Today were setting, that was going to be the money shot.
Okay, now switch over here to a sequence of launch. There's a combination of remote and manned photographs in there. In fact, the only one from the press area is the bottom, second one in from the left. The other, you can tell by the lighting, and then the rest of them are
the one on the far right
from the blue sky, and that they're the remotes. And if you look at the one there on the top, the second one in from the left, remember I said when they rolled the structure back, we were able to line that shot up. We could have done it if the tower was up, but it would have been a little more difficult to do it.
If half inch off, you'd miss it.
That is that's a remote shot there. Oh, and the one on the bottom far right, that's a manned camera shot too from the press site. They're with 800 millimeter lenses. That is a remote one. That's on 70 millimeter, the Hasselblad.
Q&A afterwards, yeah.
That was set up at the same where I had my side shot set up.
Now, my main function during this program was I coordinated, and I was pretty much in charge of the remote cameras. That was my main main task. So and people say, why do you go out there and, get bit up and standing in mud and all that for just to, you can see it from where you're at back there. Well, if you look at this shot here, if you look at the shot, you'll see two views. Now, that is the same launch. That is the Hubble telescope launch. The one on the left is what you see from the press site. So you really did not have a good view of the shuttle till it got up pretty far. And I noticed that when even before the program started, the guys and I were looking at pictures of what Pad 39 was going to look like after the shuttle modifications were done. And I said, oh, that tower, that service structure is going to be in the way. And sure enough, it was. So if you look at the one on the right there, that is a remote shot with that's a 150 millimeter Hasselblad lens. And the other thing is, it's always better to shoot from feet away than miles away as far as getting a good shot with good resolution. So that's the reason why we expended all the efforts we did on getting remote photography done. Well, what goes up comes down, and after the telescope was in orbit, it was a nice day out at Edwards, as it usually is, and we were coming back in here to land. Here down. Touchdown on the hard surface runway, 2-2. The crew said a few words to the media out there. Out at Edwards, they didn't always do that. Some crews did, some crews didn't, but fortunately this one did. And then we had to get the orbiter powered down and everything, and we're seeing that here. And there's one more. Okay, well now it's my pleasure to turn the remainder of our program over here to Mr. James Neihouse.
You didn't say I had this much time. Hi, and thank you all for being here. It's great to see some of my former astronaut students. John, hi. Joe was one of my crew members. Eileen, it's like old home week here. So I've kind of got a conglomerate of things. They won't give me a button to push, so I have to yell at the guy in the back to say, okay, next one. So if you will, well, there's that first shot. Surprise. Talking about remote cameras and being close, we like to be close to launches with an IMAX camera. We like to be very wide angle and very close. So you can see the little IMAX camera down in the bottom of the frame. This is a Columbia launch. I think I have one or two maybe from Hubble from launches, but next slide. So when we go out, we kind of have a little bigger camera and a little bigger crew to set up. This is an infield shot. I'm not sure which launch this was from, but this is the sort of thing we do. And you see over here in the back of the pickup, there's sandbags. The thing got piled with sandbags once we got it up and set. And we had a little door in the front that would open, and we were wired into launch controls so that we could say, okay, at T-minus 31 seconds, start our camera, and it would run. So we always set it that time because that's whenever they went into, what is it, terminal count, John, that you can't, you'd have to delay another day if you scrubbed inside that, so that we were always sure we get something. Next slide, please. And just button it up. That's not so much of a blast housing as it is a weather housing. We weren't concerned too much with blast impingement there. But when we got closer, we actually had cameras on the fixed service structure and ultimately on the rotating service structure that were in, 1.5-inch thick aluminum houses with quartz plates and nitrogen purges and fun stuff like that. Next slide. Oh, I don't know what, out of second. Anyway, this is your crew, John, at 25th anniversary of the Hubble at the Smithsonian 10 years ago. Next slide. It's a video. Okay. Let me set this up. This is the opening, not the opening. This is the Hubble launch sequence from Destiny in Space. And it's narrated by some guy named Leonard Nimoy. You may have heard of him. And I'll probably talk over him anyway. So let's just go ahead and roll the clip.
For the present, we must use telescopes to explore the stars. Now, we are about to launch into space an
So
instrument that will
we
allow
were
us to
in the
look
clean
to
room at
farthest
Sunnyvale
reaches
with
of
it
the universe
to shoot this.
almost
We spent 3 days cleaning the camera before we went in,
This is the Hubble Space Telescope.
and it lived in there for the entirety of the shoot.
Once in orbit, above the shimmer of Earth's atmosphere.
And they're moving it on the
10
air
times
bearings
farther than telescopes
on that floor, precision floor. And then this is the crew.
Astronauts Kathy
That's Bruce
Sullivan,
McCandless.
Lauren Shriver, and Bruce McCandless have come here to the Lockheed Vehicle Assembly Facility.
So we had the light from outside the clean room. So the lighting isn't the best, but we had to shine it through windows because we wouldn't let it bring our big lights in. So I was kind of giggling at this because I knew this shot, and I'll tell you after the clip runs, but a story about this. And the launch is actually we were probably right next to where Carlton's shot was. So we tried to get the feeling of the launch, and this is Lyman Spitzer, who basically gave the suggestion for the Hubble Space Telescope, and he was there for launch, and so we grabbed him and did this little interview. It's a sweet little piece. Off it goes. So this is a remote camera about where Carlton was. That little tilt up was done in post. We didn't have anybody out there running the camera. That tilt up was done in post. This is my favorite shot. So there we are in space.
Once Hubble is deployed, astronomers on the ground
We
will be
had
able
a
to
hard
observe
camera mount in
any region
Bay
of the
13
universe
looking
which is
forward.
observed.
I think that's port side. And then they got a little busy on deployment, and Kathy and Bruce were down in the airlock, suited up, ready to go out for EVA because they were having an issue with one of the solar panel deploys. So this is actually the only image that NASA got of the Hubble Space Telescope release. And so the picture, the still picture you see is about right there with the arms separated from the telescope. So that's the birth of the Hubble.
The sky and sea of Earth reflected in its door. The
And then
Hubble Space Telescope,
I think this runs through.
the
There they are
creation of
backing away.
10,000 people, is launched at last. It will remain here for many years, sending images back
There's
to Earth.
Charlie Bolden did a shot. Wanted to do a
Hubble
shot,
crews will
and
visit Hubble on regular service
I didn't
calls
think he could pull it off.
to replace and upgrade
I really wanted him to get it, so I told him he couldn't pull it off anyway because he's a Marine. You tell him he can't do it, he's going to do it anyway. That's one of my training techniques. This was shot, I think, before they released it. The celebration. But this is the shot. He's focused on the Hubble out at a distance as they're pulling away.
telescope would reveal
And
objects of detail never before seen.
then he pulls back and pans over to show Lauren flying
But there
the
was a problem.
separation maneuver.
A flaw was found
which we even here on Earth with a film crew would find this a really, professional film crew would find it a really difficult shot because not only you're pulling focus, you're pulling f-stop at the same time. And we would have somebody with a little remote control out here doing it. Well, he had to do it all by himself. So I said, no, there's no way you can do that. And he said, but if you wanted to do it, here's how I would do it. So he managed to pull it off, which was great. I mean, that's a really cool shot. The walkout, if you remember right, I remember correctly, there was a scrub. The first launch attempt was scrubbed. And I was in Houston being ready to be on console in Mission Control and Payload Control Center, Customer Support Center. And my guy that I was having shoot walkout called me up and he said, those guys ran through the frame. Is there anything you can get a hold of them? Can you get a hold of them, tell them to slow down? And so I managed to get a hold of Lauren in crew quarters, in the ONC building, and said, Lauren, you guys sprinted out of that bloody elevator. Could you slow the heck down? And, oh, yeah. And if you watch the whole roll, it's not in the film, but right as they all exit the elevator, you see Lauren turn around and go, slow down. So that's why I was giggling a minute ago when Carlton was referring to that. Let's just roll the next clip. This is a little further in the movie. This is all from Destiny in Space. So this is captured. They flew up and mated with it. Am I right, John? They didn't grab it with the arm? They grabbed it with the arm, okay.
So begins the most ambitious.
So this was one of these we had the Lockheed Martin and Smithsonian, we were making the film for them, and we wanted a positive end to Destiny in Space. We didn't want it, oh, well, Hubble doesn't work. So we delayed the release of the film for, 2 years while they developed the rescue mission, the repair mission, and so that we could film the repairs and end on a positive note with the film. Sometimes things don't go as planned with a movie. So they said, well, you can be on this flight, but you're in the back room, you're in a closet, you don't say anything. If they get your film, fine. If not, too bad. You can't have any impact on this flight whatsoever. And we're saying, okay, fine, no problem. And they let us come along for the ride, which was kind of cool. I believe there's people here that know better than I do, but we were on one flight, and I believe it was this one. They had just cleaned the launch pad, they'd sandblasted the launch pad and repainted everything and prepped for wasn't that flight? It was 31. Okay, well, we were putting that camera in the back of the payload bay, and one of our engineers, who shall remain nameless, accidentally put his hand on the OMS pod and lifted it up, and it was black. And that's how they saw what the contamination was. So it was us that really found that contamination. Yeah. But sometimes trying to do the best thing you can do is not always the best thing you can do. But this was, we got some really great images out of this flight. Basically, we shot with Hasselblad lenses, the same you guys use on your Hasselblad cameras. This, I believe, is a 250 maybe, or a 100, I'm not sure. This is a 100 mil. And we basically give the crews a list of things we'd like to shoot that is more than what we have film for, so that when things fall off, get in the daytime, things go off schedule, we can still use. The worst thing we want to do is come back with unexposed film. So we always taught the guys to shoot it, You never know what you're going to do. But John, you replaced this one, didn't you? The whiff pick? Yeah. But yeah, we were all pins and needles out there in Mission Control watching this stuff, and to see these guys come back with these great images is just amazing.
The astronaut teams alternate.
It really puts you, IMAX, if you've seen this on an IMAX screen, it really puts you in the payload bay with them. You're looking right over their shoulders. We call this the train wreck shot.
Tethered to the workstation to keep them from floating off into space.
Endeavor Houston for story. You gotta go to open the doors. Okay, swing it.
After 5 days of intensive
So we
work,
spent, basically, we had 25 hours to train these astronauts to
the
be
astronauts
camera
are
people.
now ready to
And that
install
means
the
load
critical
camera,
corrective
change
package.
film, do exposures, focus, direct, act, record sound, everything a crew of about 15 or 20 does on the ground, they did in space with about 2
If it
people.
succeeds, we will be able to look back
Co-star.
at the edge of time.
I'll look at John to make sure I'm right. Co-star? Yeah, okay.
The service and repair are now complete. The mission drew upon every skill we have learned throughout 3 decades of work in space. Whether repairing
Sony,
a telescope, assembling a space
story
station,
up on
or
the
building
end
a
of the
base
arm.
on a distant planet, we must rely upon the teamwork of humans and machines if we are to succeed
that
in
little
this challenging new environment. away from
gesture he
Earth.
made, he was asking if we were filming.
Endeavor, you gotta go for release.
So I always like the music with these things, Destiny and Dream is Alive. I thought the music was just incredible. Mickey Irby and Mary Beth Solomon composed the music, and kind of cool. We can stop it right there if you want to, or not. There, we're back. Yeah, that's kind of what I do, what I've done. A few things. I do what these guys do, but I do it with a motion picture camera, and I stick it up a lot closer to the orbiter or to the launch vehicle. And I've got a reel of some launches at the end here if you guys are interested in seeing it. We got time, but I think we'll do some questions. I don't know.
Go ahead and open it up to questions. Yeah, let's hear it for the panel. Outstanding. Man, you talk about some memorable work. Once again, let's do one question per person. Let's start over here.
We never worried about what the rocket would do to our cameras. We're worried more about what the Florida weather would do to them, as far as condensation on the lenses or shorting out of wires from moisture or anything like that. That didn't really, that wasn't.
That's
an
why
issue.
they have insurance.
I had one problem, but
Yeah, Cameron.
I had one problem, but it was a Delta 4, the very first Delta 4 Heavy, and I put it down toward looking right up at it. I was shooting for Boeing at the time, so I had access. And I'm like, sure, I'm safe here. And I was using one of the heavy-duty tripods that they had used for the shuttle. This was heavy-duty. It was doggy staked down. It was staked down. It was there. And when I came back, the plastic bag was 50 yards away that covered it. The box, had been blown into the building behind it. One of the legs broke, but the pictures were fantastic.
Of course.
Yes. Question right here.
Snakes.
Snakes.
Yeah,
alligators.
I don't like snakes. Anytime I was out there doing remotes, I was always looking in front of me, and around me. I didn't want to hear anything, That was the thing that bothered me the most. Not when you're set up around the fence in the parking lot and stuff like that. When you're going back those little trails they had there, and I was always very, very aware of my surroundings.
They had several people like UPI and the wire services would set up outside in little ponds and walk into the water, sometimes like waist deep.
Oh, yeah.
And they would always have a gator spotter. Well,
On
now you know.
on STS-1, we had set up remotes, and the cameras had to stay out because of the delay. And finally, after launch, we got the film back, and a spider had built a nest right in front of our lens. And so he was happily making the nest and going about Spider Day. And as the thing goes off, and then the SRB smoke hits him, and he dies on camera. And
We
didn't make the movie.
We did have one instance with a fairly nice sized rattlesnake, and we were all out doing remotes, and there's a pipeline that goes all the way up to the pad, so we always called it the pipeline shot, and the snake was kind of curled up just on the other side of the sideline. Somebody was somebody was setting their camera there to get a good angle, and that he went over and told our escort that there was a rattlesnake there, so everybody stay away. Now, this is news media photojournalist thinking. Everybody rushed over to take pictures.
Not me.
So I have a great picture. It's the only photo because my business was animals before rockets, and it's the only picture I have of a live rattlesnake in nature from about 5 feet away.
Question back there.
Oh, when the tank, I think NASA did that because there's only certain times that our badges would allow us out there. There had to be an operation kind of going on unless you had a need to be there. And when they announced there was a bat on the thing, it might show up in some of the remote shots if somebody got the right angle and was tight enough on it. I think it was too high to see the demise of the bat. I like to think he made it into space, but
Okay, back there in the back. Yes, sir.
You're asking about the original flown film. I get that question an awful lot. The film, everything that's in the ends, what's in the movie, you have ins and outs. The ends are definitely in climate-controlled storage in Los Angeles. Copies of that, I think it is interpositive, was given to NASA. What NASA has done with it since then, I don't know. The outs were, I think, put in a salt mine storage facility somewhere in Utah. That's not quite as expensive as the rest of the places to store film. So it's all, the Smithsonian, I think, had it designated as a national treasure, so that we got special handling. Going through, after 9/11, going through TSA, going through checks with it. Here's this big can, you can't look at it, you can't open it, didn't go over too well. So we got special dispensation to get it past security in the airports that way, yeah.
Jim, you showed a sequence from the IMAX camera inside the payload bay. How many minutes of film did you have on that camera?
We had 7 minutes of film on that particular camera. One roll of IMAX film, and guys like Mikey and Ron Wood knows very well. We had 3 minutes in a 1,000-foot roll, which weighs 10 pounds. The camera in the payload bay had a little more than twice that, so it had 7 minutes, which was 2,400 feet of film. When we eventually went to 3D camera, it had 1 mile of film. It had 5,400 feet of film, and it custom made it, Kodak, all of it, yeah.
Right here.
surprised sometimes.
So many times when you're doing this, you're kind of focused on your job, and it's you're looking at it. You're trying to take the best pictures you can, and it's like with the launch. You're watching a launch through, a half-inch by 1-inch screen that you don't really see it. You feel it and you experience it, but you don't really see it. And if you see it, that means you stop taking pictures, and it's happened. But yeah, I think afterwards, for me at least, afterwards, when I look at the pictures and go like, wow, okay. And sometimes you're just so overwhelmed, it doesn't hit you at first. And then after you've done 100, 150 payloads from various things, you just go, it looks good, but they all start looking. But then you look back and go like, yeah, I did something that millions of people would have loved to do, and I got paid for it.
The biggest thing with me and my brother and Steve and the other guys who were on our team, since we were focused on remote cameras, when we would go out and pick them up, and this is the pre-digital days, we'd sit there and say, well, the film ran through the camera, so I guess we got something. But we had to wait till we got back, and in my case, till I processed the film, and I'd sweating it out, and then I'd be back there at the film processor looking at the film as it's coming out. I said, oh, yeah, all right, we got it. Today, I envy these guys today. They go out, they pick up their remotes, they sit on the bus and go, yeah, I did it, or, oh, no. So, I mean, that's I wish I was all digital.
When you had 2 or 3 days to think about it, you knew you got
or you had to call
picture.
your client,
You knew you got the picture until it came out of the processor, and then as it's halfway through, you start sweating, and then the first come out.
2 or 3 days. Wow, that's great. Mine was a month sometimes. The cargo bay camera, it would take several weeks. If they landed at Edwards, it'd take several weeks to get back here, and then another week or two to get off, and then I would put the film under my arm and go to the airport and buy it a first-class ticket to sit next to me going to Los Angeles. I would take it to the film processing lab, hand it off to them. One time I was going to Technicolor, and they gave me a parking pass, and the guy looks at me and says, you must know somebody. You've got Clint Eastwood's parking spot.
Yeah.
And anyway, I take it to the lab, and we don't process on Monday or Friday, because they're hung over Monday and wouldn't get off on Friday. So we, never get it processed completely, right off the bat. And then I stand there watching as it's coming out of the processor into the drying rack, doing this, trying to see if there's an exposure on the film, because it doesn't stop. It runs at 6 or 8 feet a second. And so it's kind of fun. And
I was kind of lucky, because listening to Carlton, like he says, you're busy doing setups and getting the right thing, and you're constantly concentrating. I was lucky because these pictures were going to be for me and for me only. So I had the luxury of, in between shots, of stopping and looking at this hardware, looking at this vehicle going by, and just appreciating the fact that millions of people would love to be where I was right at that time. So I did have the chance as an amateur to kind of reflect in that mode in real time.
The first time I saw Discovery move from the VAB to the OPF to get it ready for STS-26, it was obvious after the challenge. That was the first time I'd ever been very close to an orbiter. And you asked about the things and going under the wings. And I think I shot a full roll as it was backing out of the VAB. And by the time it had backed out and backed up and was sitting vertical or horizontal directly in front of us, I was on my 3rd roll of film, because you knew it was different. It was different. It had this. You get home and you just go, it was there. The first time I saw it that close was like, this goes into space.
Question back there. Yes, sir.
So I'd hate to think how much was an IMAX film spool? How much would that cost? The film that the astronauts would use in space, what was the cost?
The raw stock that you put in the camera to shoot was $1,200 per roll. and that's 3 minutes of film. So, and that's then processing. It's about that much, and but that's the cheap part. You know, it's getting it to orbit and getting it back, and yeah, film is the cheapest part of the whole process.
Question over here.
Most of all of our film cameras are all silent. I mean, they sound like an angry sewing machine on steroids when they're running anyway, except for now they've built a new one for Chris Nolan so that it's silent. But they were all secondary sound. Our sound recordist, the best sound is on Dream, if you've seen Dream is Alive, was done by Lucasfilm sound designer Ben Burt, who did Star Wars and, you know, a few films you may have heard of, like Indiana Jones and Wall-E. He was the voice of Wall-E. So he did a great job with that and actually placed microphones and recorders at different distances, so when one blew out, he'd pick it up with the next one. And actually, if you've heard the sound of the X-wing fighters going by in Star Wars, kind of a squealy sound, that's KSC pigs.
More and
Seriously.
more people are starting to put GoPros out, and they have for the last few years, and most of them will use sound as the trigger. So when the video starts, it's starting because it hears a large amount of decibels. So you have that there isn't a launch, and then it's like the Japanese monster movies where the people are talking, but the sound isn't, and then the sound's talking and the people aren't. So it starts the cameras, so you have sound immediately.
Let's go ahead and take one more question right back here.
You talked a little bit about your own impressions of your photographs and imagery. What do you think the public perception of your work was?
Good question, Bert. I have gotten, and my group and my guys in Carlton here, over the 40 plus years that I've been doing this, I've gotten a lot of positive reaction from my clients, and I've had many different clients. I started as a college journalist, photojournalist, and over the years, by making contacts, all of us, individually and collectively, have appeared in books, magazines. Ad Astra, for one, is, you know, we've done a lot of work with Ad Astra and the National Space Society. So I'd say overall everything was positive.
If Aviation Week likes my stuff, that's good enough for me.
And I had 13 covers on Aviation Week working for them. So, and I've had CEOs use pictures for their Christmas cards. I try to give pictures to the astronauts. Every time I meet the astronauts now for the meet and greet, I will take pictures of their launch or landing, give them to them, and they'll say, "What are these?" And it's like, "Well, they're for you." You know, like, nobody ever gives us things. They always want, take it. And they are impressed because they're views that nobody, you know, they've never seen. But the fact for me now that there's this many people in the room that want to know about it, that kind of tells you how the lasting effect is.
I just got back. I was in D.C. on Wednesday for the 40th anniversary of The Dream is Alive. We had a special program. Marsha Evans and I were on a panel talking about the film. That film opened, obviously, 40 years ago. They still keep it in the rotation. It has been seen by well over, I mean, the last number I heard was well over 100 million people, and translated into 40 plus different languages. It's overwhelming. I have people writing on my Facebook page, you know, well, John, I think, was inspired to become an astronaut. Was that what you're telling me, John, that you had some inspiration from our movies? Susan Helms went on Good Morning America and said, I decided to become an astronaut after seeing The Dream is Alive. So it's been quite impactful. I think the best one for me was after we opened Space Station 3D in Washington, D.C. One of the Russian astronauts, cosmonauts from Expedition 1 ran up to me in the middle of all these people, gave me this big Russian bear hug, and said, "Thank you, thank you, thank you. I can go back to space anytime I want to now, just by watching your movie." And I think that's the biggest compliment that I've ever got. And yeah.
Dreams Alive is the first laser disc, and for you youngsters, laser discs were 12-inch. And it was the very first laser disc I bought, and this is before I was out at the Space Center as a journalist. Immediately took it home, put it in, turned it up, sat down, and at the very first launch,
Blew your speakers.
it did. It blew the rear speakers out and the front, and so it was very quiet for the rest of it. And
Well, you guys have all done so much to document such an important part of human history. We thank you for your dedication, and we honor you for your work. Jim Neihouse, Mark Usciak, Tom Usciak, and Carlton Bailie.
thank you.
We have a little something for you, gentlemen. Ellen Runyon made these coasters for this event here for us to give out to our guests. And somebody reminded me, Mark, you're not giving these out to the guests. So, so that we'll do that and catch up with you. Thank you so much, buddy.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you.
Thank everybody for coming.
Thank Ellen again for another look at her coaster in there.
Oh, that's great.
There they are.
Duper.
Use this, Ellen. Laser engraving, that's the biggest thing since 3D. Yep. All right, on there, it's got ShuttleFest 4 on the back. Nice little cover there, and maybe they'll have something for ShuttleFest 5. Who knows? So, thank you.
We're going to start our next panel in just about 5 minutes, and it's going to be all about spacewalking the Hubble upgrades.
And I'd just like to say, it's every time I go, like, I'm too old for this. I got it. That's it. I'm going to stop. Something like,
That's why
and if you tell me I'm too old, but something like this happens, and I go like, okay, one more. But thank everybody for coming.
Well, at this time is going to be about spacewalking the Hubble upgrades. We are joined once again by our EVA guys, Joe Tanner and John Grunsfeld. And also joining us is Dr. Louis Carfagno. Now, Dr. Carfagno actually started life out as a car mechanic. From there, he enlisted in the United States Air Force, and from there went on to Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University, doing work later on in altitude chambers, and also serving as a member of the crew support team for the flights of the SR-71. He eventually made his way to Boeing and then on to United Space Alliance, and his time working with the spacesuit, the EMU, for the spacewalkers. And so with that, let's go ahead and turn it over to the panel and get started.
All right. I guess it's my turn to start this time. And I got some payback or promises for some stories. I hope you enjoy them from this morning. Thanks for coming back. All right. This is HST, of course. And you can tell if this is a pre-capture or a post-deploy picture. And there's a gentleman in the back that knows the answer to that. And John knows the answer to it. Anybody want to take a guess? Is this pre or post? Pre-grapple or post? All right, John, what is it? Post. Because the aperture door is open. When you see pictures as we approach the telescope, the aperture door is closed for contamination reasons. I'm interested on the deploy, the original deploy, the aperture door was closed. They opened it later. Yep. But we all opened it after we opened it to make sure it would open. Because once you let go of it, it's hard to get it back.
aperture door does have 2 motors and 2 electronic circuits to open and close it, so it's dual redundant. So it would have been a relatively low risk. I'm sure none of us would have complained if it didn't open and we had to grab it again and go up and do a spacewalk to manually open it.
I would have liked that because that would have been my third. Steve got 3, I only got 2.
That's
I
right.
got robbed.
You were. But one of those motors has the electronic drivers for one of those motors has failed. And the only reason I mention that is if the telescope goes into safe mode, there's a command to close the door automatically so it doesn't point at the sun, and that's been disabled. Now the door is permanently open.
Oh, it is? I didn't know that. See, I learn every time I hang around him, I learn something new. This is a quick cartoon of the telescope. You all know this, probably don't need to put this on here, but the spherical aberration in numbers, 1/450th of a millimeter, 1/11,000th of an inch error. Doesn't sound like much, but it surely crippled the telescope, although it was doing good science even before CoStar.
It was doing good science, but not great science.
Great science.
And it was a great observatory, so you had to fix it.
Yeah, had to fix it. And you've already seen this from what parts are where, and that's, I don't need to show you that again. You saw that before. And here's before and after 1995 to 2014, and that's, we're all used to high definition TV. Well, this is high definition Hubble. And we're very much used to that better image of the St. Eagle Nebula. That's one of my favorite pictures. That's the deep field or extreme deep field, I'm not sure which. But the genesis of this was the director, and correct me if I say this wrong, John, director of the Telescope Institute in Baltimore, John Hopkins, said, you know, it's Christmas vacation coming up, you're all going to be on leave. I want to take my telescope and point it into a portion of the sky where there probably isn't anything up around Polaris, out of the ecliptic and everything, and I just want to see what nothing looks like. So he left the aperture open for 9 days, right? Close to it. And this came back and everybody was astounded, changed the estimated size of the universe by a factor of 10, almost overnight. I just love that picture. And I asked people how many stars, individual stars, are there in that photo? And they just sort of scratched their heads a little bit. And I think I see, 2 or 3? The rest of them are galaxies. Our neighborhood is quite large.
And to give you a perspective, so Bob Williams was the director, and actually astronomers knew that it would bring out galaxies in the background, but they didn't, because some ground-based telescopes had done the same thing and saw some fuzzy spots. But the size of this picture is on the sky is roughly the size of taking a regular soda straw, plastic or paper, and holding it at arm's length and looking through that little hole. That's this picture. This particular picture has about 3,500 galaxies. And there's just something very visceral going from, well, we think there'll be a lot of galaxies in the picture, to seeing this, where every spot in that picture, even this, as Joe said, there's a few stars that are in our galaxy, but this is essentially a noiseless image. So if you see a speck, that's a distant galaxy with somewhere between 50 and 400 billion stars in it. That's pretty impressive. For a gamble to take, that much time of the Hubble.
They all thought he was crazy until this image came back, and they said, every time I look at it, I say, oh, wow. Okay, now let's get to STS-82, service mission number 2. This is the crew. The 3 gentlemen sitting down were in charge of getting us there and bringing us back, and the 4 guys standing up were in charge of everything else. We were paired together with, from left to right, that's me, and on the far right is Steve Smith. We were sort of paired together because this is the first flight of a resizable suit that Lou might talk about. Steve and I shared the same hard upper torso, the hut. We had different leg and arm pieces and gloves and so forth, but we used the same helmet and the same suit. So after every EVA, we had to reconfigure from me to him. We like to say that we were chosen because we're about the same size. Neither one of us had ever gone EVA. I personally had maybe 4 runs in the WEDF. our astronaut training runs, and that was it. But from that, they had enough confidence of me to trust me with Mr. Hubble's telescope. Mark Lee, the second from the right, and the shortest of the bunch I now notice, was the lead EV1. He didn't have but maybe one or two EVAs, and then his counterpart, my lead on EVAs 2 and 4, was Greg Harbaugh, and he only had one EVA to his credit, and that was about 4.5-hour EVA. So there wasn't a whole lot of experience on this crew, but then we surely thought, and John's going to blister at this, but the best Hubble crew ever.
That's why we're sitting far apart.
We launched it about 3:30 in the morning, and you have to launch at a particular time if you've got a target that you're going to rendezvous with. The launch window was probably no more than 5 or 10 minutes. If you miss it, you got to wait for another night. But we launched right on time, actually about 130 milliseconds early. They said the only difference between a daylight launch and a night launch is that it's dark at night. For us, it's all the same. For you, most of you would prefer a night launch, I think. Huh? Yeah. So here's our grapple picture. Shortly after we got it berthed on the FSS and disengaged with the arm, it's just a beautiful picture of Hubble with the old solar arrays. And we talked about the bistems before. Well, before we started the first EVA, let me see if this is the right. Yeah, the order to do it. Yes, it is the right order. Oops, I got to go back, and I can't go back. I forgot I screwed up. Can you go back, Marty, to? No. Okay, I'm messing this up. Can you take me back to the Hubble slide? One more. Okay, good. When we remember, I told you we really field tested the strength of the bistem braces. Well, when we were getting ready to do EVA, we rotated the solar arrays that grounded it. We didn't do it so that they were horizontal. This was also the first flight of the external airlock. Moved from inside the mid-deck space about 5 feet aft so that the whole airlock was on the outside. We needed to do that for station docking, but it also gave more room in the mid-deck for, especially if you had 4 EVA crew members. And so when you depress the airlock, the air would go out, when it was internal, it would go out the port side, that's the left side for your Air Force people, through some plumbing and out the side of the orbiter, sort of under and just forward of the open payload bay door. No problem. Well, when they moved the airlock aft, they said, oh, well, the venting will be easier. We don't need any plumbing. We'll just vent it out into the airlock, into the payload bay itself. Of course, the payload bay is sort of rounded like this. Solar arrays are like this. Air came out the side when I was IV. Dr. Stevie was the arm operator. We were the only 2 on the flight deck at the time, and said I commanded Mark to open up the depress valve. In the airlock, he opened up the valve, and the air shot out. And Dr. Stevie and I looked in shock at those solar arrays going from horizontal to this. In about 3 seconds. And I looked at Dr. Stevie, and he looked at me and said, did you see that? Now, fortunately for all the people on the ground, all the Goddard people, we didn't have KU antenna at the time, so there wasn't live TV. They could see the data on their screens. And we were just dumbfounded, and I said, Dr. Stevie, do you want to tell them, or shall I? And he says, you're the IV. But Houston, a discovery, I don't know how to tell you this, but we just swung the solar arrays. And he says, yeah, we saw the data. And so everything went to screech and halt while they figured, okay, are the arrays okay? And they were. John said they're a little more robust than we thought, and we proved it. And then so we had to figure out, okay, how are we going to depress without doing that again? About an hour and a half later, we thought the EVA was going to be scrubbed for the day. We had a little extra time in the day, but not a lot. It took us about an hour and a half to figure out that if you taped over the depress valve on the aft hatch to restrict that flow enough, it would gently go out instead of for the curved part of the payload bay. It was just going to go straight aft and end up underneath the ORUC and whatever boxes were out there, and we'd be okay. Of course, it took about 3 times as long to depress. So we opened up the hatch and got the tape out there, duct tape, called it gray tape in space, but tape up that hole enough and made left enough of a hole so that the air could get out, but at a slower rate. And that's how we depressed for the next 4 EVAs. And I don't know if you guys did it that way or not. What'd you do?
They modified the outside of the airlock with a muffler.
Okay, muffler. Yeah. We weren't going to do that real time. So that's the story on the bi-stems. Get back to EVA here. This is now EVA 2, and we use the arm a lot for moving the boxes around, and that's me actually on the arm, and Greg monitoring the extraction to make sure we didn't hit anything coming out of the storage container. Like I said earlier, it weighs about 550 pounds. I was kind of really surprised that once you got away and clear of any structure that you might hit, that you could easily move it around with just one hand. Just let go with one hand, just kind of move it around real slow, real carefully. It might not weigh anything, but it still has 550 pounds of mass. So if you get it moving, you have to be able to stop it very carefully. So everything was done in slow motion, excruciatingly slow motion if you want things to happen quickly. And you can see the solar arrays here. We were rotated around a little bit, so you can see that they're sort of horizontal. And we didn't have any other problems with solar arrays for the rest of the flight. This is also the FGS getting ready to be inserted. And I gave you the instruction on striping before, so you know that that's Greg on the left and me on the arm. This is Steve on the arm and Mark, free float, helping out with one of the large spots, Nickmos or Stis, I'm not sure which. John probably remembers which is on the left and right.
Nickmos.
On the left is Nickmos. And we didn't have any trouble with the doors because of the training that we had gotten from SM1's lessons learned. We did something different on this flight. We had a CCTV, I guess a shuttle payload bay camera with us that we, basically it was a camera on a stick, plugged in to the TV system on the arm, so that we could get real-time pictures of whatever we want to look at with this camera. We actually had it perched on a ball stack on the tool stanchion right behind us, so the people on the ground could watch what you're doing. And if you think you might get a little nervous when you got 5 million people or so watching over your shoulder, never really thought about it much. We're too focused on doing this work. But we're doing a survey of the solar arrays because people wanted to know how they held up over 3 or 4 years of atomic oxygen bombardment. And so I was on the arm. Greg was just sort of along for the ride. We were reluctant to send people off on individual tasks on our mission. I think you probably were able to multitask, but we were reluctant to do that. So anytime it was a one-person task, the other one went along just for the ride, which was fine because Greg was having a great old time back there. And so we scanned all the solar panels to look for degradation. And this is the solar array drive electronics job that I sort of hinted about this morning. Greg is on the arm doing the work with the FRT. And I'm just sort of hanging out, handing him tools when he needed it and catching washers when they went by. And I told you about one of the real surprises that I had personally when we got close to the telescope. I expected from looking at pictures, even from the back windows of the shuttle, that it'd be real nice and shiny, that luminized Kapton coating on all the hard surfaces. I thought it would be like a mirror, but when I got up close to it, I realized it was like a mirror, but it was like a bachelor's mirror that never gets cleaned. It was surprisingly dirty, and it's probably dirtier when you were there, John. And this is another picture of use of the arm with a helper. That's Steve and Mark. Now, SM1 got invited to Tool Time. And you've probably seen that episode. It was pretty hilarious. And so we figured that if we made up a little poster with gray tape on that's a tool bag, actually, that said more power, that we would get invited too. It didn't work. Now, this is a picture that you may have seen, and I have them here. If you want one, I can autograph it for you later. My wife and I refer to this as the picture. The way this came about, it was the tail end of EVA 2, and we were going to do a vernier jet reboost of the stack. Tried to get us up, and we eventually got up to 336.4 nautical miles, which is the record in the shuttle, by the way, still, and forever for the shuttle. And we're just sort of hanging out there while they did the vernier reboost to be ready to put the vice-stem braces in, even though we had ops checked them already as being pretty solid, in case the reboost of the thruster jets, and these are little 27-pound jets, so they don't have a whole lot of bang to them. But if they did perturb and buckle the array, we wanted to put the stem braces on there right away. Ended up, I didn't care, we ended up with a 7-hour and 29-minute EVA that day, but some of it we were just hanging out just on one of the carriers, and I said, "Hey, Greg, pick up that camera." It was a Nikon F3, taped at f8 and 1/250th, I think. I said, "Hey, take my picture." And he claims today that he purposely pointed the camera right at the sun and took this unbelievable picture. That's the sun. This is the Earth limb of the Terminator. That's the tail of the shuttle, the left OMS pod. That's checklist, and that's me, and that's Greg right there. Well, we were doing film review 3 days after landing, which was custom for us, and of course you had a light table because it's all rolls of film. It's not digital. And so I'm rolling through the EVA roll, and I run across a light loop, and I run across this image, and I said, "Whoa." PAO usually selects the ones that they want, and they hadn't picked this one for some reason. I think it's because of that reflection right there. They didn't like it. And I said, "Hey, guys, come and look at this." And we didn't know who it was. And so I said, "Well, okay, we got to get it printed out, enlarged into an 8x10, and lighten it up a little bit so we can see the face behind in the shadow there." And it turns out the guy's face had glasses on, and I sometimes wear glasses, and a mustache. Well, Steve had a mustache, but he doesn't wear glasses. Hey, that's me. And then I remembered asking Greg, "Take my picture. Pick up that camera and take my picture." Ended up on the cover of Time magazine, or Life magazine, I guess, that year. It was one of the top 10 pictures in the science category for the year of 1997. Actually, it was number 2, beat out by a picture on the surface of Mars. That's okay. I can live with that. So I'm going to turn this over to John.
Thanks, Joe. Learn something every time you talk.
Ditto.
So following Joe's mission, we had planned a mission called Service Mission 3. And based on their performance and high performance, there was some confidence that we could do a mission with 6 EVAs. And I was assigned to that mission. Steve Smith was our EV1. I was EV2. And we started training for that mission. And we were going to fly that 6 EVA mission when one of Hubble's gyros failed that put it into safe mode. And it was decided that Hubble was at high risk, and there was actually a written agreement that if Hubble ever needed to be rescued, that the shuttle program would add a mission, a call-up mission, to go and rescue Hubble. And so the Associate Administrator for Science, Ed Weiler, called up the shuttle program and said, hey, we need to get to Hubble fast. So instead of flying in, I think the year 2000, mid-2000, 6 EVAs, they decided to send us up in the fall of 1999 and do 4 EVAs. And there was another Hubble failure that we had to respond to because the S-band single access transceiver had failed, which was one of these boxes that was built for life, the life of Hubble, just all solid state, basically analog electronics. And we had to develop a new one, and there were no spares. In fact, we couldn't build a new one. They brought a guy out of retirement because they had an engineering test unit to ask about how it was built, because once they were built, they were potted, which means that they'd put a silicone sealant inside to protect everything. And when they opened up the engineering test unit, it was filled with this potting material. So eventually they convinced themselves that they could uprate the engineering test unit to a flight unit, and the only thing is that it was put in with very small screws that were hard to access and were non-captive. And they had sub-miniature assembly RF cables. SMA connector is one of these tiny connectors that you would have, used to be in cell phones, but cell phones have gotten so much smaller they don't use them. But it's a 7 to 9 inch-ounce torque on a little nylon bushing with a tiny little wire in it. And somehow we had to learn to replace those wires. So we trained to do that. And in order to remove the non-captive fasteners, we used the fastener retention tool, which we also did not rename to a shorter name. And we had to bend it a little bit and such. But so we went up in December of 1999 on SM-3A, and we actually launched just before the Christmas holidays, and we went out a couple of times. The first time it was raining cats and dogs, and a couple of days later we went back out, and my orange spacesuit was still a little damp. But we got in the orbiter, we night launch, went up to Hubble, and because it was so late in December, they were worried about the Y2K bug. They chopped off 1 EVA, so we only had 3 spacewalks. And on the first day, Steve and I put in new gyros. We changed out another reel-to-reel tape recorder with solid-state memory. And then I changed out this S-band single-access transceiver. And it turns out not only were the fasteners non-captive, but they had staked them in. They glued them in. And I had a screwdriver, that had a handle on it about the size of this can. And they said, oh, you'll be able to easily unscrew them. And I had to use both hands to try and turn it to get enough torque to get them out. And eventually we got them all out. Fortunately, they designed the new one. They re-drilled it so you could screw it in easily, and they were captive, and we got all that. And I had learned with my fingers how to turn a sub-miniature assembly connector to under 9 inch ounces, and then we had a tiny torque wrench. And I was hoping maybe I'd get invited to tool time too, but no such luck. But this was another example where I went to the local hardware store and bought some cool tools, and then they turned them into spacewalking tools. So Steve Smith and I were able to do a spacewalk on Christmas Eve, which was pretty awesome. Both of our EVAs 1 and 3 were over 8 hours. My first spacewalk was 8 hours and 40 minutes, working the whole time. And it was my first spacewalk and a lot of work. And unfortunately, I remember really very little of it, actually, because I was so focused. And Steve kind of was mad at me for not, taking a few moments to enjoy it, because he had said, make sure you take some moments to remember. So I carried that on, and for all of the missions, second and third that I did, I told folks pre-flight, in the timeline, look at some place where you can take a moment and appreciate what you're doing when you're out doing a spacewalk. We deployed on Christmas Day, which I thought was the greatest gift to science anyway, that we could deploy a working Hubble with the aperture door open. Oh, I forgot. When Steve and I were finishing up our spacewalk, I was on the robotic arm, and Steve and I looked in the cabin, and there was a fully dressed, white-bearded Santa Claus. Hat, white beard, red coat, and when we got inside, nowhere to be found. Nobody fessed up. There was reindeer poop on the wing when we landed. I'm just saying. So that was that mission. The next mission, 3B, we did 5 spacewalks, doing all the content that we didn't get to do on the first one, plus a few more, and that was incredibly exciting. Unfortunately, there was another failure on Hubble, power system. We had to change out something called the power control unit. And you've seen this slide before that lists all the various things. But we were changing out the solar arrays from the flexible arrays with those delicate bi-stem braces to rigid solar arrays, solid solar arrays, to fix that. We had to put a cooling system on the Nick Moss instrument because its cooling system had failed and it was a cryogenic instrument. So Rick Linehan and I put on a big radiator on the outside of the telescope and replumbed the telescope. And we did the electrician's job putting in the new solar arrays. And then Rick and I had to change out on the third EVA the power control unit. And this was highly choreographed. There were hundreds of commands that had to be sent from the ground to turn Hubble off. There are hundreds of Lear relays inside the Hubble that don't get exercised, that everybody's worried what happens if they don't come back on, and these kind of things. But Rick and I got in the airlock. We had done our pre-breather, ready to go practically, and the ground for about 20 minutes had been turning everything off, at which point Hubble starts getting pretty cold, actually, with no power. And when Jim Newman came in, he was the IV for that day, to take me off the wall, because you're bolted to the wall in the spacesuit. He took me off the wall and moved me a little bit, and when he took his hand off of the back of the spacesuit, the primary life support system, his hand was wet. And it turns out that on Columbia, there was some circuitry that they knew could potentially, when you power up the suit, cause a relay to flip in the suit that would start water flow from the cooling system, that when you're out in a vacuum, forms an ice layer, but if you're still inside at pressure, the water just flows out. And if I'd gone out, that water would have frozen and cracked some lines, and I would have had a vent out to space. Fortunately, he found it, and it turns out that there was a fix, a little resistor and capacitor you could put on that switch that was certified, but it had never been implemented on Columbia, and we didn't certainly know that, and nobody knew that apparently until after the flight. But so suddenly it was no-go. And I had to get out of the suit. We had to resize one of the other spacesuits, Jim Newman's spacesuit, with my arms and legs and his hard upper torso, which involves, some sort of tricky manipulation of bearings and things. And how many of you were here this morning for my talk? So I had the list of the top 10 things, where safety is number 1, don't break the Hubble. Well, about 2/3 of the way down, it says, the people going out for the spacewalk that day shall not resize a suit. Because I don't mean you don't resize a suit, but the people whose hands are going to get tired aren't going to do these rings and everything and all the cam adjustments, because you can cut yourself, you can beat up your hands. But they'd already turned the telescope off, and we were on a clock that if we couldn't resize the suits and get back out within about an hour, then we'd lose that EVA, and we could lose the whole Hubble. So EV1, the master of that list, the thou shalt not resize the suit. I got out and I went to work fast. And within about 15 minutes, I was back in the new spacesuit, starting another pre-breathe. In the meantime, Rick Linehan, who's been inside his suit the whole time, sound asleep, which I thought was great. And so we got out and started again. and the ground breathed a sigh of relief, but the hard work was still ahead of us. And I can tell you that once I was out of the hatch, I never thought again about that resize. In fact, it wasn't until the end of the EVA, when they said, you know, you're coming up on sort of a hard limit, that I was reminded that we'd gotten out 2 hours late. But we were successful in changing that out. I don't know what the next picture is. This jumps to STS 125, but we had built a mock-up of that power control unit, and for almost a full year, every night when I went home during the work week, I would go to Building 9, the big mock-up building at Johnson Space Center, put on a pair of spacewalking gloves, just the gloves, and the tool that we'd developed, and I went and took the PCU connectors off, 36 large Canon connectors with heavy powers, just so that I would absolutely be intimate with every single connector over and over again, so that we could do that change out in 2 hours, because that was the time limit that we had.
I'm going to throw you a stroke here, John.
Go ahead.
This PCU changeout was a task that we knew we were not going to do on our flight. We didn't have another one with us, but we used that task as the test. Are you ready or not? All of us had to do it, and we timed each other to do all of those connectors. They were not designed to be done EVA. Two different connector tools that you had, I think we did anyway, to use on these, and it was a bear to do it, and he did it for real. So kudos.
The nest administrator asked us, it went all the way up, and we had to visit the nest administrator, and he said, I want to look in the eyes of the people who are going to do this, because if we don't do it, we know we lose the Hubble. If we try it, we might lose the Hubble. And he said, you know, can you guys do it? And I said, yeah, we can do it. And I knew that because we'd done the NBL runs and all of that. At the time, I was actually the EVA branch chief, and we had meeting after meeting. Can we do it? How would we do it? And all of this. And I said, well, wait a second. I'm the EVA branch chief. So I said, Claude Nicolier, let's go do an NBL run. And so we did 2 NBL runs where we tried it and showed that we could do it. And I said, okay, we can do it. So I want to talk a little more about the final servicing mission. And Joe called me on my cheat, which is, you know, these are the best images because we had better digital cameras and, you know, rather than going back and trying to find old presentations. But this was also a 5 spacewalk mission and had the most content of anything, of any of the other missions. And we tried to do a few things where instead of replacing a whole instrument, because the advanced camera for surveys and the Space Telescope imaging spectrometer had failed, we actually had to take cover plates off of the instruments and pull out individual circuit cards and replace those. That involved removing number 4 torque set screws, number 4 hex cap screws, and hundreds of screws to be able to do that and do it in the spacesuit in a finite amount of time. And so we were able to do that. So this is actually a teaser for Lou, which is, and as Joe said this morning, I think there's nothing more exciting, more magical, and more amazing than getting into a spacesuit and going out into a vacuum to do a spacewalk where you are your own spaceship. And it also validated something that people had been asking me my whole life. Do you work in a vacuum? And I get to say yes. But
That's not what they meant, John.
well, what did they mean then? Just real quick, this is the space, like Joe's photo, this is the space shuttle wing, this is the payload bay, the Kapton gold-colored foil stuff is the equipment we brought up with us. You can see the Earth reflected in my visor. Hopefully you can see I have a smile. We have high and low beam headlights. We have cameras, the backpack, which has oxygen, a cooling system, battery, and the carbon dioxide scrubbing, and all of our tools, which all have to be tethered. You know, I'm very proud that on 5 space shuttle servicing missions, we didn't lose a single tool or a washer. And that's training and discipline, because it's pretty frequent on space station flights that, you know, somebody would accidentally untether a tool and it would float away, or a piece of hardware that was needed. But I would say for over 8 spacewalks, almost the whole time I had a silly grin on my face because it's just so amazing that we get to do that. And the spacesuits themselves are absolutely incredible. Now, you might question the sanity of somebody who would go out into a vacuum where, you know, if you had a big leak or a crack or something, you know, your lifetime would be measured in seconds. And this is just a cloth suit. And that's just a single layer of Lexan plastic with a second protective layer on it. But it's a pretty dicey thing to do, actually. This is a picture of Drew Foystel, my spacewalking partner, on the end of the robotic arm. Megan MacArthur is driving that arm. I'm on the side of the telescope here, so that gives you, as Joe showed, a sense of the scale of the telescope. And now you can see these rigid gallium arsenide solar arrays. So they're pretty beefy. Now that said, we still would feather them. We would rotate them in the right direction so that the air coming out of the airlock would hit them side on, not face on, because it would still be possible to rotate those. This is the one moment I know I was not smiling because Drew had tried to undo the bolt for that wide field camera 2 that was put in 1993 by the power ratchet tool that Joe showed, the big power tool, the high torque tool, and we couldn't get the bolt unstuck at normal torques. And so I had scurried down and gotten the backup torque limiter, and then finally we had discussions with the ground, and they said, you know, we got to try and get it out. And so Drew turned the wrench without any torque protection and was able to get it out. Which is, you know, good because the prime objective of the mission was to put in the new wide field camera 3. And it's an amazing camera. I'll show you an image. We also changed out all the gyros. That's Mike Good with one of those gyros. And here he is inside the telescope. Mike Massimino helping him out. So Hubble has a all new set of 6 gyros. It's been 16 years. 3 of them have failed. 3 of them are still working. But we've actually gone into a 1 gyro mode to protect them. And so we will have gyros for the indefinite future. Mikey showed you him putting the batteries in the telescope. We also replaced all the batteries in the telescope. Pretty amazing that for 16 years, those original batteries lasted cycling, you know, every 93 minutes on and off with the sunlight, charging, discharging, day after day, year after year. And the batteries were still good, but we wanted to give Hubble basically an indefinite lifetime. So with the same technology, nickel hydrogen gas batteries, we replaced them. They're about 350 pounds, 400 pounds each. So they're pretty amazing batteries. And of course, in case we found aliens, Mike Good, a good Air Force guy, we have the death ray laser that we carry everywhere. So that's the pistol tool with a 7/16" socket and an extension so that you can reach in further. And we carried that tool with all of us. Now, on the 1993 mission, we had that camera on a stick, the big shuttle camera. But because in 2009 we had cameras on the helmets, really good Sony cameras, we didn't carry that other camera out anymore. Finally, we took out the coaxial, the corrective optics space telescope axial replacement instrument, COSTAR, and put in a cosmic origin spectrograph, a UV spectrograph. So this is Drew holding the COSTAR instrument as we took that out and put it away. And so now, instead of having, you know, the contact lens instrument in there, we have a complement of 4 science instruments. And so here's a view from Drew's camera of opening those aft shroud doors, those flexible doors, and taking out that COSTAR instrument. And you'll see him give a thumbs up. He actually let go of it for a moment because COSTAR was the biggest instrument built for Hubble, and in training it always got stuck in the NBL. He always would get it sideways, and that, you know, on orbit he gets it halfway out and goes, yes, it's coming out.
COSTAR, you can see it in the Smithsonian unless they moved it with the remodel.
That's
Still
right.
there?
Yep. When the
Still there.
Smithsonian opens again, it will be on display. Now here's Drew helping me remove those tiny screws. And how do you take out tiny screws in space? With a tiny screwdriver. And so actually what I was doing was loosening them so that all of the cruciforms were up and down of those torque set screws. And then we put this funny cover plate on that we developed to hold the screws and used a new power tool, a tiny power tool, to remove them all the way. And you can see those screws floating around. It wouldn't let me hold the circuit cards because they're super sharp on the edges, so we developed a tool to take those out. And it could have, dragged them out even if they weren't loose. And so I pulled out 4 circuit cards after removing 26 tiny screws and a whole bunch of other screws and an EMI grid. And this was another one where we were told that we shouldn't even try it because it's too risky. It will take too long. It will take more than a full EVA day. And I said, I think we can do it. And in the NBL, I was able to do it in 2.5 hours. And so I told him, we'll do it in 2.5 hours. And this is me coming in after doing that advanced camera for surveys repair. We had done some other tasks, taking CoStar out, putting costs in first, because that was a higher priority. Then we fixed ACS, then we came in. And I'm looking really happy there, 2 hours and 32 minutes. And in the post-flight press conference, we showed this video, and I said, this was the happiest moment of my life. We'd done the EVA in 6 hours and 30 minutes. Joe was on the ground helping us. We had done the CoStar removal, the Cosmic Origin spectrograph installation, which was built in Colorado by Ball Aerospace, and both Joe and I live in Colorado now. And we repaired the advanced camera for surveys that all of these senior review teams and graybeards had said, it won't work, you're gonna break something, don't even try it. And we'd done it, and they said it would take a day and a half of EVA time. And we did it all. And I said, happiest moment of my life. And I looked in the audience, and my wife was sitting there. And I said, this is the 4th happiest day of my life. After marrying her and then each of our 2 children, this is the 4th happiest moment. And I sleep really well on orbit anyway, but boy, did I sleep well that night. And the next morning, I was still in the sack. I slept in the airlock because it was nice and cold. And the alarm went off, the music played, and I was still sleeping. I had earplugs and an eye shade. And Megan MacArthur got a little scared, and she went to Scott Altman, the commander, and she said, I think John's dead. And Scooter came over and shook me, and I lifted up my eye shades, and all was happy. Because the next EVA day, Mike Massimino and Mike Good went out to repair the STIS, the Space Telescope Imaging Spectrometer instrument. And, Mike had to pull out 1 circuit card, but a lot more screws. And in the process of removing a handrail, he stripped a screw that for 4 hours, and Joe was on the ground working it with the engineers and the EVA teams. We were on board and looking for some tool we might have that would help him get that handrail off. And I found a socket that would fit the bolts that hold it on, but it was inside and they were outside. So we were talking about, well, how can we bring them in, repress the airlock, depress it, and it wasn't an EVA tool. It didn't have a tether on it. But in the meantime, the ground figured out or assessed that if Mike pulled on the handle with enough force, he could break that bolt. And so they called up and said, hey, Atlantis, do you think Mike could pull with 30 pounds of force at the top of the handrail? And I answered, I think he could pull with a lot more force at this point. And in fact, that's what he did. He pulled on it a couple of times, failing that bolt, fatiguing that bolt in tension. And then at 4.5 hours into the spacewalk, they started that task. And this was EVA 4. We had 5 EVAs. So they didn't get to the battery they were supposed to do and the other things, but they did repair STIS. And I am so grateful because as a scientist, my research program with Hubble now uses the STIS instrument to look at Europa around Jupiter. So they were successful. So everybody got back in. I think it was a 7.5-hour EVA. Does that sound about right? Yeah, it was a long day. And we got everything done. And that night, the flight director called us, which is rare. Usually the an astronaut Capcom talks to us, but the flight director called up and said, hey guys, great day today. We're worried about landing opportunities, and so tomorrow we're going to cut the EVA short to 4 hours, and that was myself and Drew, because we want Scott Altman, to get to bed early. We want all of you to get to bed early so that hopefully the next day we can bring you home. And, you know, I mean, those things happen, right? Well, after he went away, we had dinner. And, you know, Joe can sort of imagine how I'd be feeling like, you know, we've all risked our lives to get up here. We have stuff we have to do on Hubble. This just doesn't make sense. You know, I'd rather stay in space an extra few days than try and force our way home. Plus, we fly over Florida. We can see how bad the weather is. And it was nasty. I mean, there was, you know, counterclockwise rotation of a huge air mass. You know, it's like the likelihood we get home anyway to Florida is very low. And so I said, how many of you actually sleep until the alarm goes off? You know, most mornings. You know, we'd been up at that point for 9 days. And most folks said, yeah, we wake up a couple hours before and kind of hang out in the sack until the alarm goes off. So I said, well, how about, you know, when the first couple of people get up, we all get up and we get ready for the EVA as fast as we can, and we can pick up a couple hours and still do a 6.5-hour EVA. And so we all agreed that that was reasonable. And we weren't inventing that. As EV1, I had told the flight director and the EVA crew that we were always going to try and get out of the hatch early, because crews had a history of taking a little longer to get in the suits, to get the tools set up, to start the depress, and get out late. And you know, that was a frequent thing. And so we said we are going to work really hard to stick to the timeline or even get out early. That means like 10 minutes early. We wanted to get out 2 hours early. And so we got up, and everybody was pretty swift. They gave Drew and myself all the time we needed in the bathroom to get breakfast, to start getting dressed. As soon as we started getting dressed, everybody else would cycle through the bathroom, get their breakfast, and we got into the airlock and did our pre-breathe. And really one of the first calls to the ground, I mean, the ground can see that we're up. They can see fans running. They know that we're up. They know we're eating. You know, all of those currents are monitored and everything. But it wasn't actually time for us to start talking to the ground yet. And so one of the first calls was, Houston and Atlantis, we're ready for the depress. And the EVA shift wasn't on yet. It was still the overnight shift, and Shannon Lucid was the Capcom. And it was like, okay, what do we do now? And, you know, so everybody scrambled on the ground and got ready for all the commanding of Hubble and everything, and we got out early, and were able to do the full 6.5 hours. We picked up all the tasks that had been missed the day before because of the handrail, and all of the tasks we had, which included changing out the battery, the fine guidance sensor, a few other things, putting new insulation on the outside of the telescope to protect it, and even one piece of insulation. This is a huge pizza tin, about 3 feet by 5 feet, that I'd carried on STS-103 and STS-109, but as a get-ahead, but we didn't have an opportunity to put it on those missions, not enough time. And on this mission, we carried it, but they said, you know, we might as well carry it up again, but there's no way you'll ever get to it. We even got to that. And so we ran out of tasks. We did everything possible that could give Hubble a long life. This is a picture when I'm on the end of the robotic arm and Drew's the free floater, putting in a fine guidance sensor, the same as Joe had done at the end of the mission. And so finally, Megan was able to put Hubble back on the end of the robotic arm, lift it out of the payload bay. You can tell this is pre-deployment because the door is still closed. So the ground commanded it to open, and it opened. And I'll just show you one small thing. This white thing on the bottom, that's the low-gain antenna protective cover, and that's put on so that during spacewalks, nobody hits a very delicate antenna on the bottom of the telescope. And just so that you know we're all human, even a Vulcan like me. After 5 EVAs, after 8 total EVAs, 5 EVAs on this flight, at the end of my 3rd EVA, the very last task, I took that off and put it on a rack in the payload bay. And on my way up to the robotic arm, I clipped the antenna. And it was just grazing, but it was enough to crack a little cover on the end of it. And so the ground smartly had me put that back on because it was designed to be RF transparent. It's a thin fiberglass. But the white on the outside was also designed to be reflective so that it wouldn't get too hot. And after they commissioned the telescope and all of it on the ground, the guys in the RF engineering division said, "Thanks for hitting that antenna, because now the antenna runs cooler and we don't see any RF loss. And so it'll make that antenna last longer." That did not make me feel any better. But at least I didn't break the Hubble, even though I tried. But just before that, I was thinking, this is the last task. All we have to do is travel through the payload bay, get back in the airlock, and Drew and I will have done a perfect EVA, not a single mistake. That was just before I hit the antenna. Never should have thought that. So we did all of our EVAs. Megan let go of it. And so this is close to the last view. This is a picture I took out the back of the window. Hubble, of course, drifted off and got smaller and smaller, but this is a nice picture. This is the last view of people seeing Hubble with their own eyes. I like to say I was the last person to touch the Hubble because I was the last person to put a glove on the Hubble. And before Hubble launched, Mikey had his hands on the Hubble in the vertical position as it was being closed out. But of course, Mikey had gloves on too. So we don't really know who the last person to touch the Hubble with their skin. But I will just address what Joe was saying is the outside of Hubble is really beat up. And you can actually see some places where Story Musgrave put his glove on the Hubble and it transferred a little bit of silicone, which then with the sunlight caused that to blacken. But most of the stuff on the outside of the Hubble is from micrometeorite damage. It's peppered. It looks like it's been sandblasted. And since I had the real privilege of flying 3 missions, there are handrails that I would go up and down on the first mission. When I got there on the second mission, I noticed that there were new dings. And then on the 3rd mission, I saw other damage from space junk hitting the Hubble. And we're just really lucky that there hasn't been one that's taken it out. And as it gets lower and lower in the atmosphere, that gets a higher and higher risk. And it'd be a real shame if a Starlink satellite took out Hubble. So this is a picture with the Wide Field Camera 3 of the Orion Nebula. And this, again, is a region where baby stars are being born and we can see new planetary systems being formed. But it also is just a beautiful arts piece and reflects for me that, the Hubble isn't just an instrument for scientists, for astronomers. This is the people's telescope. And it gives us a view of the universe that says the universe isn't just a bunch of bright spots in the sky. It really has depth and texture and beauty. And you can see this when you look up at the sky at Orion. The constellation Orion has a belt with 3 stars and a sword with 3 bright objects. 2 of those are stars, and the one in the middle is this great nebula in Orion. So with that, I'd like to say live long and prosper. This is a picture that was made from a corresponding photo of me. Actually, I did float up to the flight deck after an EVA and sat in the commander's seat because we were getting Tools and Rick into the airlock and they needed the space on the middeck. And Mike Okuda, who's the lead graphic artist for the Star Trek franchise, took this and turned me into a Vulcan and turned all the displays into Star Trek things and Starfleet Academy stuff. I mean, every detail, practically has been manipulated into a Star Trek theme. In the Air and Space Museum, there's a large Hubble mock-up hanging from the ceiling. And I did some work with them for an audio program, and they took a NASA stock photo and put it on an easel. And for 5 years, it sat under that telescope, except they pulled it off just the internet, and they had this picture for 5 years. And I would go and do events and see it, and I didn't say a word, and finally I felt bad, and I said, hey, have you really looked at that picture closely? Yes, live long and prosper. And I do have the same slide that I had this morning, which is the next telescope after James Webb is the Roman Space Telescope, named after Nancy Grace Roman, who was the first Hubble project scientist at NASA headquarters. And the budget that came out yesterday cancels that. And that's it at the Goddard Space Flight Center in its final integration and test before launch. So that's bad. But worse is that in that same budget are funds that cut Hubble's budget in half this year and then ramp it down to turn Hubble off basically in 5 years. And so if you're so inclined, right now, it's the Office of Management and Budget, which is part of the administration, write to, whatever the info at whitehouse.gov or the White House basically, and say, don't kill NASA science. That's my request. But Joe and I couldn't have done any of this without the amazing spacesuits. And so Lou's going to tell us about that.
Yes.
John wouldn't say this, but I'm going to. When you looked at the original tasking and the timeline for STS-125, the one word that people most used was impossible. They made it possible. Him, team, the Goddard people. So kudos again.
And I took a lot of heart that I knew Joe was on the ground helping us solve
And
problems.
I wasn't a NASA employee there, by the way. I was subcontractor to
I didn't know that.
to Cephei. Yeah, he just said, hey, would you come down and work for me? And I said, work for you?
Everybody works for Frank Sepulina. He'll bring it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Can you hear? Wow. Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. All right. So, as I'm listening to the stories, I was a spacesuit engineer for 15 years. I haven't been doing it for 12 years, but I'm back into it like it's yesterday, hearing about resizing the suit in space. It makes me nervous because both of these guys I trust, but there's some people I won't want them to resize the suit because there's different cams on each of the arms, and there's different ways you put it together. If you don't get it right, you'll have a leak in the suit and you can't go out. Or you have it missized where you can get pressure points that you will terminate a mission because you can't complete what you're trying to do. So, all right. So this is a famous saying. We have friends in high places. And it's very awesome. I mean, it really says it all because you become friends with the astronauts that you train. We're together about 2 years. So they come in to see us. We take 144 measurements. We put them in the computer system, and it tells you they're going to wear this size suit, arms, everything that they need. But then we have to do fit checks. And fit checks, the gloves are the hardest things to fit. It takes about 2 hours to determine if these gloves are going to work. And so we go through it. And once we have the fit on the gloves, then we go through the suit. And once it's locked down, we go to the pool. When we get in the pool, we do 6 hours to make sure that works. And then from there, we go to the Class 1 suits. So let me show you a few things. And because I'm new to the community down here, I give you a little bit of my background, how I got here. Okay, so that's me. We know about me. We already introduced me. We're good. So I was a car mechanic and I was a body man. I got bored with that stuff. So then I wound up with an airplane called the SR-71, a U-2 spy plane. That was a cool job. When I got the job, I didn't even know what the airplanes were. I wound up on Beale Air Force Base in California. I said, you're going to be working with this. So I worked altitude chambers, dive chambers. What helped me transition to NASA was working with the people that flew these airplanes. They're essentially like astronauts. And so people would say to me, aren't you afraid of the astronauts? I'm like, no, they're just like the guys that fly these airplanes. It's the same. A lot of them come over to become astronauts. So here's a picture of me that day. You know, I got in there because I thought, hey, this is kind of different. When I was much younger, though. And this is a picture we did a hero shot out by the airplane. And I got in the suit, and on Beale Air Force Base, it's very hot. So we have a little cooler that you run through the webbing of the suit to keep you cool. It's got water that runs through it, much like the crew launch suit we used to use in the shuttle, the orange one. And so this is me when I became a suit engineer way back when I was younger and better looking, back in '97. And if you look, that's Doug Davison in the suit. Yeah. So the one on the left is a Class 1 chamber run, where you put them in the Class 1 suit. That's a flight suit. And you take them to a vacuum before they go to space to make sure the suit works, and it builds confidence in the ability to work the suit. And then over there is the MBL, where they go into the pool. And over here is another shot of the MBL. That's called the elevator because you don't jump into the pool. You sit on this rack, and then they lift it up and put them into the pool. You got 6 divers in the pool with you, and really, you can't move around in the pool without the divers. And a lot of astronauts say on orbit, it's like being in the MBL without the divers and no bubbles, right? Yeah. And so this is in Building 9. They have mock-ups of the station and stuff. You go in there and you learn about the different parts of the station because you get a good visual of what goes on. So that was the fun. 3%. This is a chamber run in a Class 1 suit. So you stay there all day long in a suit.
You would take your O2 actuator to IV and then start a timer.
And on the front of the suit, you got your buttons and knobs, and you have to look on your glove that has a mirror so you can see it. It's all written backwards because you can't look at it.
Started the timer. All right. So this is the same leak check, manual leak check, because the suit software is in a mode that thinks that where the leak check is not enabled. Same rules apply. Moving around during the leak check could cause fluctuations that result in failed leak check. Once the 1 minute timer is up, we check that the delta P is less than 0.3.
So I'll ask Joe and John, did you guys like doing the Class 1 runs?
Oh, yeah.
Had the pre-breathe 4 hours in chamber B. Got a denitrogenate. It takes 4 hours, 100% O2. So we brought a 3-hour and 15-minute movie. Squeeze that, or 2 shorter ones, and that's what that was kind of bad. Runs are great.
It's to demonstrate that the suit works. But what complicates things is when you have the modular suit that you don't take all your pieces up in space. You'll take maybe the backpack, but maybe some arms, but other pieces will be up in space already for you. And so, but it gives you especially when you have brand new guys, it gives them the confidence that the suit's going to work and they understand how to work it. Because if you don't, some people find it difficult to hit all the switches and knobs, and it's a requirement because if you can't do it, you can't do EVAs. And this is what can happen. This happened in 1980. There was 100% oxygen floating around. There was an electrical short. I mean, you have to understand the gravity and the danger of the situation. This was in Building 7 on JSC. So you know the Mach number? So the SR-71 flew 3 times the speed of sound. And when I got down to NASA, Mach 25 is a lot faster than Mach 3. So when I saw the patches on the suits, Mach 25, I'm like, yeah, that doesn't hold a candle to Mach 3. So And then the Hubble missions that, we help out with, like we do with all the missions. And the funny thing, when the mission's flying, we're helping with it was called MOD at the time, that we were connected to them to help on orbit. And we would carry the books with all the sizing. So if something happens on orbit, say Joe or John say, where are my socks? What size do I have? I have to look it up in the book because we get phone calls. Even if I'm not there, because we're the suit engineer responsible for that mission. So we have to make sure what is the next option up there that we can give. And we had both would come to our shop and look at all the equipment laid out, and they would go through them, and we would say, here's your underwear, your shirts, everything. And Joe would always say, don't worry about it. I said, no, I do worry about it, because if something's missing and then everybody comes back for a debrief, they start asking the questions one by one. How was this? How was the suit? How was the gloves? And then something's wrong, then I got to do a PowerPoint presentation how we're going to fix it. I'd rather fix it before it happens. So, yeah, this.
This is the IMAX 3D crew working at the NBL, which is the Neutral Buoyancy Lab at Johnson Space Center. It's where the astronauts practice their spacewalks in a swimming pool. They dress up in their spacesuits and hop in the water, and it makes them think they're in space.
This pool is absolutely fantastic. It has 6.5 million gallons of water in it, and inside there's a whole shuttle with its cargo bay, and they've got the Hubble inside, a mock-up of the Hubble sticking up there, and that's how the astronaut teams train to do their spacewalks. We have two cameras. We have one on top side that we shoot their suiting up and getting ready to go in, and then the underwater camera, it goes underneath into the pool with Howard Hall and Peter Craw and Drew Feldman, and they're shooting all of the rehearsals that the spacewalkers do under there.
So here's one eye. That's the left eye. And up here is the right eye. So there's mirrors.
Drew, take some pictures.
Bounce it up and down. So it comes in, makes a turn, goes around, goes sideways. Well, this is the IMAX camera. You can see the two lenses, the left and right eye lens, used to make the stereo image. We shoot with it on a dolly most of the time because the camera weighs 270 some odd pounds. Here the assistants are reloading the camera, an operation that takes about 20 minutes and about 11 feet of film. Here you can see the two film gates, the left and the right eye. The magazines, there are 4 chambers on the back, 2 take up, 2 feed, holds 1,000 feet of film, actually 2,000 feet, left and right eye. It goes through the camera at about 11 feet per second. So that's quite a commitment when you turn the camera on to run. You want to make sure everything is absolutely right at that point.
This is a film it's the life story of the Hubble Space Telescope, and it's the first time we'll be seeing it in 3D. We have filmed it before in 2D, back in '89, and then again in 1993.
Since we shot the original Hubble deploy and first repair mission in IMAX, the company has come up with a system to convert 2D to 3D. So fortunately, we will be able to see all this great footage that we shot back in 1989, 1993 in 3D in the finished film.
And that is it. Anybody have any questions?
Okay, let's open it up to questions. Who's going to be first? Let's see the hands right here in front.
For Joe or these guys?
Yep.
I'm thinking about it.
So my first EVA, go out the hatch with Steve Smith, do the EVA, come back. I did a second EVA on that flight. We came back, and I asked the flight docs if they could give me we have little EKGs on, they could give me the recording of my heart rate as I went out the hatch. And they came back a few days later and said, well, what mission elapsed time was that? I gave them the time. And they gave me the trace, and they said, we didn't even notice. You can't tell that it was any different than you hanging out in the airlock. And I think that's the training, because I'd been in the NBL airlock, I don't know, 50, 100 times, and had gone out and done that same task over and over again. And I was so focused on getting out, doing a good job, not screwing up, that it was just all focus. And
Mine went to 148.
Oh, so pretty much normal.
Well, yeah, about normal. No, I was coming out, and the opening is not real big, and it's kind of a D shape. The bottom is flat, and then you got this plis behind you, and I was coming out back to the hatch, to the bottom, to the D part, and I got hung up on something. Everything was fine until I got hung up, and something stopped me, and I said, who's out there? And so, actually, Dave Leesman came down. Martha was watching. My wife was watching from the control room, and he went down, stood behind the biomed console, and says, "He spiked 148." I was worried something was wrong. But I guess the biggest surprise was my own emotional response to being outside in a space suit. And it wasn't the water. First thing is that there's no bubbles, there's no divers, like Lou said, and this telescope is better looking. It's looked real high fidelity, because it is high fidelity. But my whole
It's almost like
emotional
the real
response of how fortunate I am, how blessed I am to be out there and doing this. And then it was time to get to work.
Question over here. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, you want to know the suit that you wear in the pool is the same suit that may have been on orbit. The difference is the primary life support system is just a box that's empty, that has air flowing through it, and it pumps out over the roof.
That suit will never go to space again.
No.
It's been downgraded to what we call Class 3. Class 1 is flight hardware, and Class 2 is flight-like hardware, but not training hardware necessarily, and then Class 3 is training hardware. And they get pretty beat up after a while.
They get pretty beat up, and they're a lot more flexible.
They are.
Because they've been exercised a lot.
Question over here.
Yes.
How often did it happen like that?
Oh,
Yes.
Only once.
no, 2 now.
2. So here's the thing. They wear what's called a drink bag, or DIDB. It's inside its own Velcro. It's actually when you wear a drink bag when you're riding a bicycle, that's where it comes from. And it's got a valve in there that you bite on to squeeze to get the water out. Sometimes the valves don't shut all the way. And when the water comes out and you're in orbit, there's no gravity. So here's the worst part about it. When it hits the visor, we prep those visors with soap, so for anti-fog, like Dove soap. But the problem is when it lifts off and then it gets into your eyes, it's painful. And so you really can't do anything about it. And it makes it tough. You can't scratch your nose, because that's the first thing everybody's like, I want to go scratch my nose.
She's talking about the Luca. The Luca could have died. Yeah, it wasn't his drink bag. There was a valve malfunction.
Yep.
And thank God he got that helmet off, because he could have drowned in his own cooling water. Yeah, suits were down for a while after that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was bad. That was really bad.
Now, he could have opened his emergency valve and purge valve and gotten rid of it.
Let's go ahead and take one more question. Way back there against the wall, Mr. Thomas.
The Hubble has done observations in the ultraviolet of the moon. In visible light, it's just too bright. But even Hubble doesn't have the resolution to see footprints.
Go ahead and do
Gotcha.
that. Okay. Good show. Well, an outstanding panel. As usual, you guys have been terrific, and we thank you all very much for everything you've done. Yeah. Now, in a moment, we're going to have a photo op for the guys. They'll stand up, and photographers can get some pictures. But first, I'm going to turn it over here to Mark for some.
We've got some special swag bags for these two astronauts. Not so much for you, Doctor.
It's okay.
You did a great job anyway. Again, Ellen Runyon over here took it upon herself to get you a little swag bag here, John. First, I've added our Cocoa Beach crack.
Oh, yeah.
Enjoy your
Thank you.
key lime covered pretzels. I'm actually calling it astronaut bake because Ellen come up with this for you.
Oh, thank you.
I'll show that here on the camera. It says it's a cutting board. It says a cut above. Tanner. With his missions on there and ShuttleFest 4 on the back there. That's Joe Tanner.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got it in the wrong bag with the wrong name. So we'll give you yours next year, okay? Yeah, because there. But isn't that cool?
Funny.
Thank you, Alan. There you are, cut above, sir. Thank you so much. And of course, we got some goodies there
Okay,
for you.
thanks.
Again, there's your fire mission.
Thank you.
That's
I
awesome.
cut above there, Mr. Grunsfeld there, again. You got any of this kind of stuff in here, and you guys also get the official Runyon coaster for your drinks there. Thank you guys very much. I got one back there, all right? Who's a space hipster? All right. Hey, come up here, Emily, up here with me. She was sort of, when I was new at the museum 7-8 years ago, I turned around and there you were looking at our books in there. And I was space hipster like number 4,000 or something like that back then. And now you're how many?
65,300.
65,300. What an influence. In restructuring the American Space Museum from Apollo era board members to people that are under 70 years old, we have her on our board of directors, and we're real proud of that. And to celebrate Emily being on our board of directors, the American Space Museum has bought a button, Space Hipster button, for all of you. All right, so if you didn't pick yours up, at the front desk there with one of the ladies up there, or Bill, or who's ever up there, please do. And we're honored to have you as part of our, and hope you, we know you're going to bring us some good things. So give you the floor there.
Yeah, I'll just I'll just speak for a second. I'm really humbled and kind of overwhelmed, honestly. I've loved the American Space Museum since before it was called the American Space Museum. I remember when it was on Main Street.
Spacewalk of Fame.
Yeah, when it was on Main Street back in the day, and I used to go there and visit it. It was because it was my favorite museum in town, and then it transitioned over to the Pine Street location. And I just kept going. I love it. I feel like it's a really underrepresented gem of the Space Coast. It's got magnificent resources for any researcher who wants to go and visit. I know I've used it. So just really honored and humbled to be a part of its heritage, and I hope I can keep going with it as long as I'm alive. So thank you so much, Mark, and I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You deserve it. And that's the other thing is we're creating a warehouse, and Nick Enoch's our collection manager. He's got a hellacious inventory in what, Past Perfect or whatever the system uses, of manuals, buttons, stickers, all that kind of stuff for Hollywood producers, writers, whatever, to research. Jonathan Ward got his start by borrowing materials in our museum to do his thing. So thanks for bringing that up. Thank you so much. And thanks for supporting us. And we hope we can be a bigger part of the Hipsters community in the future here.
Absolutely.
So,
Thank you so much.
you're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
All right, to end our afternoon here session, you all had a good time talking about the Hubble telescope. All right, well, let's set this up here with my slideshow. Can I click the first slide, Mike? There it is, the other space telescope, okay? Not the Roman, okay? For years, decades actually, on the amateur astronomy circuit, which I say, how can you know so much about astronomy and still be called an amateur? You know, it's a conundrum. You don't see amateur biologists dissecting frogs out on the street or amateur chemists whipping up some sort of thing for you on the street, but I'm a sidewalk amateur astronomer all my life and love throwing a telescope out and hearing that wow when people see Saturn's rings. So over the years, I've done a program called Starry Night Live out of Bays Mountain Astronomy Club in Kingsport, Tennessee. And Bristol is the racetrack town. Kingsport has Eastman Kodak. And you go to college in Johnson City, Tennessee, just on the other side of Asheville on 26. So we've had a lot of fun with this over the years at star parties from Michigan to Key West. And kind of it took an air of its own based on Chevy Chase's original Saturday Night Live delivery of the space news. So we wanted to develop space news stories with tongue-in-cheek parodies such as, did you all know that the X-ray source Cygnus X1 in today's politically correct times is going to be renamed by the International Astronomical Union? Oh yes, Cygnus X1 will now be called Cygnus PG-13. Ta-da! So while we do have the Hubble telescope celebrating 5 years in this 5-year-old slide, very few of you know about the technology and the discoveries of the Barney Rubble telescope. Okay, yes, that is a configuration of the Barney Rubble telescope. And there's Barney himself, a member of the Bays Mountain Amateur Astronomers. Over the years, Starry Night Live has touted the discoveries that you just don't know much about the Rubble. Here is our Rubble Institute of Staff Astronomers up at Bays Mountain Park up there. And of course, our director is Dr. M. Magoo. All right, the RST director, Dr. M. Magoo. So every telescope has the first light, you know. Grunsfeld and Tanner know that. The first light after their fixes, did it work or not? And of course, the Barney Rubble telescope had a first light, and they picked an area of Ursa Major up there that looks, well, there's the Rubble. Looking at you there again. That's him at the Winter Star Party in Florida Keys. I love putting the Rubble out next to these $10,000 rigs, and you watch people as you're sitting in your chair at the Valley of the Dobbs down there, if you've been down there, and people walk by and then they look around and they go, what the hell's that? You know, and it's the Rubble telescope, a beautiful 8-inch f10, beautiful optics on this telescope. So the first light of Hubble, we chose this area of the sky that was based on an Ursa Major configuration there. And when the Hubble resolved it, it turned into this. And some people doubt the existence of a supreme being in the universe. All right? Of course, the Hubble immediately got to work on the famous Pleiades cluster and its imagery produced this mind-blowing shot. And let's see. Just oh, go that way. There we go. It has discovered the Cube galaxy. The RST discovered the Frisbee galaxy. Okay. And many of you amateur astronomers know about the Horsehead Nebula. Well, the Rubble discovered the Horse's Ass Nebula. And so on and so on. So that's just a brief history of that. And Starry Night Live will move on to other things like UFOs and also over Bays Mountain Park, of course, up there. That's our 8-inch refractor observatory where I lived up there for 35 years. And we're also investigating the Terry Lupusworthy, the redneck astronomer, trying to put eggs on its end in the autumnal equinox. So thank you all for letting me share you the wonders of the Rubble. And with that, we bid you adieu for this day of ShuttleFest. You stick around and get some autographs. We'd love that. Fellowship will be out in the tent. We're going to get that up and running here. If you go eat, come back and spend the evening with your buddies in the tent there. We've got some barmaid service. I think she told me she thought 250 people were going to be in the tent tonight. I'm going, I didn't tell your boss that. More like about 50, but we may have some beer to drink up from last night too. So tomorrow morning, 9:30, you're going to see the premiere of Jay Honeycutt's A Brief History of Human Spaceflight and kick off a great agenda of, let me remind, we got a movie night tonight. Mitch Rothman's all about that, and they're going to talk to some of the principals via Zoom. We've got Don Thomas at 10:45 tomorrow. Don is in here. Don can't wait to tell you about woodpeckers and buckeyes, his shuttle story. Chris Calley will give you an artwork of the Hubble retrospective, and then we're going to have the astronaut, the launch director, and the writer with Eileen, Mike Leinbach, and Jonathan Ward, followed by door prizes. We got some great door prizes. Most are over $100, and your VAB pass is your ticket to your door prize. So thank you all for having a wonderful day today with us here, and go get some autographs or go have some fun. Thank you.